I never expected to inherit anything. But when my grandmother passed away, my mom asked if I'd mind going to her house and staying for a few weeks to help sort through some things. She lived alone in a small 2-bedroom place out in Pennsylvania. Quiet neighborhood, not much going on. But the house had that strange stillness that only homes filled with old memories seem to carry. I agreed, partly out of guilt, partly because I'd always loved her. She was the kind of grandmother who told bedtime stories with way too much detail and insisted you never go to bed angry. Her house always smelled like tea and wood polish. Even after she passed, that smell never left. The first few nights were uneventful. I spent my days boxing up her belongings, labeling old photo albums, and listening to the wind creak the porch swing. Nights were quiet out there. A little too quiet. I started sleeping with the door cracked open just to let in some light from the hallway. One night, maybe around 2 a.m., I woke up freezing. I hadn't realized how drafty the room got when the heat kicked off. My blanket had slipped down to my legs, and I was too groggy to do much about it. I rolled to my side, pulling it lazily back up to my chest. And just as I started to drift off again, I felt it. The blanket moved, not yanked, not kicked off, but pulled up gently from the bottom corner in a motion so smooth it stopped my breath. It slid all the way up to my chin and then lightly pressed my shoulders, as if someone had just tucked me in. My eyes shot open. I didn't move a muscle. I just stared at the ceiling. My heart was pounding. I was trying to convince myself I'd imagined it, but I hadn't. The blanket had been lifted, smoothed, placed around me with care. I didn't hear anything or see anything, but I felt it. The same way that you feel someone looking at you in a crowd, the way you just know when you're not alone. I whispered, "Grandma," before I could stop myself. All I heard was the sound of the house settling, but I slept through the rest of the night, warm, safe, as if whoever or whatever had done it had just wanted me to be comfortable. I stayed another week after that, and every night, without fail, my blanket seemed to stay exactly where it needed to be. This happened when I was about 10. I haven't told many people about it, not because I'm scared, but because it sounds insane. Even now at 32, I still question what I saw. My bedroom had this small, creaky door that led into a closet, but the closet had another door inside of it that connected to a narrow crawl space. Just enough room for old pipes and ductwork. My parents never opened it, and I wasn't allowed to either. One night I woke up to the sound of something tapping. Not loud, more like the soft click of fingernails on wood. I sat up, groggy, and I stared right at the closet. And then I saw something. A hand. It came out from behind the half-closed closet door. Pale, bony, fingers stretched wide. It gripped the edge of the door frame, slow and deliberate, and then tapped twice on the wood with its index finger. I should have screamed, but I didn't. I just stared at this hand slowly pull itself back into the dark. I must have passed out from fear eventually, because the next thing I remember, my mom was shaking me awake. Morning sunlight pouring through the window. The closet door was wide open, but nothing was inside. They told me I had a nightmare. They told me I was imagining things. But here's the part I don't say out loud. There were 2 long scratch marks on the inside of the door. Fresh ones. Like something had clawed its way in or out. My husband passed away last winter. Heart attack in his sleep. No warning, no goodbyes. One moment I was reaching for the remote, the next I was dialing 911 with shaking hands. I was screaming at the paramedics to do something, anything. After the funeral, I stopped sleeping in our bedroom. It just felt too big and too quiet. I started sleeping in the den, on an old pull-out couch where he used to nap during Sunday football. At first, it was miserable, crying myself to sleep, waking up in the dark expecting to hear his voice, his footsteps, something. Then one night, I felt a hand wrap around mine. Not sudden, not jarring, just familiar, warm, steady, just like his. I was facing the wall with my eyes shut, too exhausted to even move. I squeezed back, half asleep, thinking, he's still here. I didn't open my eyes. I didn't want to break the moment. The next morning, I convinced myself it had been a dream, until it happened again and again. Every night, just after I'd start drifting off, I'd feel it. That same hand sliding gently into mine, holding me like he used to. I started to find comfort in it. I'd even whisper to it, tell him how much I missed him. And then the dreams started. Dreams of deep, dark water. Of my feet sinking into soft, cold mud. Of voices whispering that it was time to go. I'd wake up gasping and sweating, only to find that same hand already holding mine. One night, I woke up fully, no grogginess, no confusion, and I realized something. The hand, it was too large, and the fingers were too long. The pressure was just slightly too firm, like it was holding on to keep me from pulling away. I finally opened my eyes. There was nothing there to see, but my hand was still in the shape of a grip, curled around something that wasn't visible. It wasn't warm, but it had definitely been there. I stopped sleeping in the den. I started keeping the lights on. But sometimes, I wake up, find my hand already extended, waiting. Honestly, I don't know if I'm reaching for him or if something else is reaching for me. I used to work the night shift at a rehab center, mostly elderly patients recovering from surgery or managing long-term illnesses. It wasn't glamorous, but I liked the quiet, and the patients were usually asleep by 10. There was one woman I always checked on last during rounds. Miss Evelyn. She was 93, alert, and had the driest, sharpest wit of anyone I'd ever met. Every night she insisted on watching her old black and white TV until she dozed off with the remote in her lap. That night was no different, at least not at first. I walked into her room around 11:45. She was asleep on her side facing the window, the remote dangling off the edge of the bed like it always was. But something made me pause. The air, I guess it felt heavy, charged like a storm. And then I saw her blanket, this thin floral blanket, begin to shift, slowly, like invisible fingers were sliding up the corner, tucking in beneath her arm. It moved inch by inch carefully, the way you'd tuck in a child. Then it gently fell flat, pressure pushing down across her hips. I didn't move. The whole thing took maybe 10 seconds. She didn't move, didn't seem to notice. I stepped back into the hallway and stood there for a moment. I didn't report it. What would I say? That I saw her blanket move on its own? That something invisible tucked her in with almost as much care as the staff would? The next morning, she told me that she'd slept better than she had in weeks. Said that she felt like someone had been sitting with her all night, watching over her. I just nodded, but I've never forgotten the way that blanket moved. It wasn't random. It was intentional. And whoever or whatever did it had done it before, and possibly cared for patients. This happened about 2 years ago. I was standing in my kitchen waiting for the coffee to finish brewing, completely alone in the house. No TV, no music, no pets. Just me and the comforting sound of the coffee maker. And out of nowhere, I felt 3 taps, hard taps, right on my left shoulder. Not a brush. This wasn't some vague sensation that I could just shrug off. These were firm, deliberate taps, the kind someone would give to get your attention, urgent even. I turned around so fast, I nearly dropped the mug in my hand, but there was no one there. I stood there for what felt like minutes, just staring at the empty space behind me, trying to rationalize it. Maybe something dropped on me. Nothing on the floor. No falling object. It wasn't a muscle spasm. It was too human. I don't know what it was, but I know what I felt. And ever since that moment, I've believed that whatever was on the other side, it can reach through. Sometimes it wants you to know it's there. Have you ever felt the presence of evil? Not just the unsettling feeling of being watched, but something deeper, ancient, patient, and malicious. I have, and I'll never forget. It started out as a dare, an old abandoned farmhouse on the outskirts of town, swallowed by time and neglect. People often whispering about it, stories of disappearances, strange lights at night, and voices that carried through the wind. I didn't believe any of that, for the record, but the moment I laid eyes on the place, I knew something was wrong. The house loomed in the dying light, its paint long stripped away, leaving behind weathered wood like brittle bones. The windows, open, dark, and empty, as if the house itself was actually watching. The air felt heavier the closer we got to the house. It smelled like dust and damp rot, but beneath that, something else, something sour and metallic, like old blood. Getting inside wasn't easy. The front door was swollen with age and the hinges were rusted, and it took all 3 of us pushing to make it open. The moment we were inside, the temperature dropped. Not a little, a sudden, breath-stealing cold that settled into me. My skin prickled, and a weight pressed against my chest, like something I couldn't see was leaning in. Inside, it was like time had stopped. The furniture was still in place, dust-covered but untouched. A table set for dinner, plates and silverware laid out as if expecting guests that never came. A single chair knocked over. Near the door, a pair of black boots sat neatly beside a dusty old jacket. It was draped over the banister. The air reeked of age and that something else, that something wrong. On the floor, brittle newspaper clippings were scattered, dating back to the 1930s and 40s. Some were yellowed. Others looked almost fresh, too clean to have been sitting there for decades. My stomach was in knots. The headlines were bizarre. Local farmer vanishes without a trace. Wife claims the house took him. Another read, strange lights reported over old farmstead. No signs of entry, no signs of exit. The farther I read, the worse it got. Reports of disappearances, sudden madness, even stories of people turning up miles away with no memory of how they got there. The longer we stayed there, the more unbearable the feeling became. My gut was screaming for me to leave. Every instinct I had was literally clawing at me. All of this telling me that we weren't alone. My friends whispered to each other, their voices tight. It was like they felt it too, but didn't want to admit it. Then, a noise. It was a soft creak from upstairs. We all froze. The house was empty. It was supposed to be empty. But that sound, it was deliberate. A floorboard bending under weight, slow, purposeful. I turned to the others. We need to go. No one argued. We backed toward the front door, our movements careful and controlled. It was like we were prey trying not to startle a predator. I could feel something watching us just beyond sight. The moment my foot crossed to the outside, I felt the shift. The door slammed behind us. It was with a force that rattled the windows. We stood there, stunned, staring at the now closed door. The house loomed in silence, as if daring us to try again. But we didn't. We ran. I don't know what we disturbed that night, but I do know one thing. Evil is real. It's not always a person, not always something you can explain. Sometimes it's a place, and once you've felt it, you'll never forget. So I ask again, have you ever felt the presence of evil? I work in corrections, and I've had a few experiences that have rubbed me the wrong way, the kind I can't really explain. I'm using a throwaway account, obviously, but I'm a CO in the Deep South, and I just entered my 7th year working in my facility. I've always been semi-religious, but nothing serious, just your typical small-town church kind of thing. However, I work in a big city jail, and I've had some minor things happen over the years that didn't really make me think ghosts. But I guess they're creepy nonetheless, unexplained. The kind of hours and the setting you're working in, it's easy to let your imagination run wild, so I always tried to chalk it up to being a little drowsy or stressed. Some of the small experiences that I've had there include random footsteps from around my control room when all the inmates are locked down. I've heard voices in places that are no longer in use. However, this isn't about any of the minor experiences. It's about this encounter or experience from around a week ago. I've talked to a couple of close friends about it, and some guys at work. We can't seem to figure it out. I've tried to wrap my head around this best I can, but I'm honestly at my wit's end. So I might as well post it on the internet, see what sticks, or if someone could perhaps help me reason with whatever happened. So for context, the floor I work is typically a floor reserved for mid-security violent inmates. This would include robbery suspects, domestic violence, assault. A typical night for me is to come in, lock down all the inmates for the night, and then conduct what we call a standing head count. Basically, I come in and put eyes on every single inmate on the floor. If my roster says I have 170 inmates, I have to physically count 170 inmates. Well, the facility is currently undergoing modernization upgrades. This includes new doors, locks, day space tables, furniture, and most importantly, cameras. On my floor, all pods are full to capacity, except for C block. This pod is currently locked out, meaning no inmates are to be housed in that pod until all the upgrades are done and in place. They've been working on it for about 3 weeks now. They've put all the new doors and locks and cameras. The camera feeds are shown on a small screen inside the control room of the floor, with their security number placed in the bottom right corner of each cell. So I shouldn't have to worry about counting in C block, as there's no inmates in C block. Well, about a week ago, after finishing my head count, I came back to the control room. I did my usual routine, pulled up Chrome and just browsed the internet until I did my hourly check, making sure that nobody'd hurt themselves. Around midnight of 5/2/23, I finish doing another check. I sit down in the control room. As I sit down, I do a quick glance at the screen, one with all the cameras. In C block, cell 4, I swear I saw a person standing in the center of the cell, facing outward toward the door of the cell. I do a double take, of course, and nothing's there. Okay, maybe I saw someone in B standing in their cell, or the camera froze for a second. No big deal. About 30 minutes later, I sit up in my chair as I'm putting my phone down. This time again, I see someone standing in C block, cell 4. This time I know that it's that cell because I'm looking at the number. The cell door is wide open, as are all the doors in C block, so it's for sure that block and that cell. I full sprint into the block. I look up into cell 4. No one. I begin to think that I'm seeing things or the camera is somehow fucking up. I put in a report to our electronic maintenance department, and they say they'll look into it. I come back the next night, and the report states that all wiring is fine, that the camera feed is in fact linked to C block cell 4. After going home and thinking about it, I convinced myself that I was wrong somehow, that it was just me being tired. Again, same process comes and goes, lockdown, head count, back to control room to wait. I'm now glancing every once in a while at C block, cell 4. Nothing appears. Midnight comes and goes. I think, okay, yeah, it was me, no big deal. Well, then it's time for me to do my checks again. So I do all of them, sit down in the control room. Again, all the doors in C block are all the way open. These doors are not light, by the way. They're big, metal, heavy doors, 60, 70 pounds. And that's when C block, cell 4, slams shut. Then after it's shut, and now locked, it sounds like it's now starting to be kicked in by a horse. Like someone slammed it shut on the back end of a full-grown horse. I look on the camera screen, and all the cameras in the pod are just blinking on and off. I go to the block, and I'm going up the stairs towards that door. More doors start to shut. From 6, 5, 3, 2, 1. At this point, I'm done. I ran out the block, shut the door, called for a supervisor and maintenance. We checked the footage of the event on the supervisor's computer in his office. And of course, none of them show anything. At around the 1 a.m. mark, they just all go to no connection with our local server at the headquarter building across the street. Maintenance did say that it was definitely not the lock, but also said it did look like someone had tried to kick that door off of its hinges, because the door frame itself had chipped paint, and having just freshly been painted, this was obvious. I've scoured incident reports back 5 years. I can't find anything about any violent deaths or anyone dying in general on this floor. That being said, my department has sealed records for the past, where if you're under lieutenant, you won't be able to read the report. So, I'm not sure. I'm still working on this floor. They're on the last few days of fixing up C block, and then they'll move to D block. They still have 3 more blocks after D to do, so I'm a little concerned of what'll happen once those are empty and not in use. Things in C block seem to have calmed down as far as major. Nothing's happened in the last week. Doors still move, and I've had 2 shut, but not like that night a week ago. I've put in for a vacation toward the end of May, so I'm hoping to take some time away and that'll help. Hopefully, it'll be fixed. But this has turned me from a bit of a non-believer to a skeptic. Maybe even on the low end of a believer, or the high end. I just don't think that an AC could blow a 60-pound door shut, or multiple, nor could it cause the door to be hit that violently. If anyone has had a similar experience, or has ideas, I'd love to know. I've I've never posted here before, and to be honest, I almost talked myself out of it. But I've seen enough stories lately that reminded me of it, and I just can't keep brushing it off like it didn't happen. This was a few years back, mid-fall, somewhere along 287 in northern Pennsylvania. I drive long haul, solo, mostly northeastern routes. And I usually pull over in small rest areas or turn out loops for a quick nap if I'm ahead of schedule. This night, I was doing just that. Parked along a wooded stretch about 30 miles south of the New York state line. It was pitch black, just me, the trees, and the quiet hum of the engine. I woke up around 2:30 a.m. for no reason at all. No sound, no movement, just awake. And I immediately felt off, like I wasn't alone. It was that crawling kind of unease you can't reason your way out of. I sat up in the cab and looked through the windshield. At first I didn't see anything, just the trees illuminated by my parking lights. But something was off about the tree line. There was a shape, just barely silhouetted, moving. It was tall, way taller than any person should be. Not like NBA tall, like wrong tall. Its limbs were long too, and it was walking, smooth, like it had practiced how to be quiet. But it didn't look human. The torso was too narrow, the arms hung too far down, and the head was just there, with no real neck. The closer it got to the truck, the more I realized what I was looking at. It looked like a deer, kind of. The shape of the head suggested it, but no antlers. And it didn't walk like an animal. It moved like something pretending to be a person. The legs were bipedal, but it still had that slightly hunched forward, unnatural gait. Its skin was light, like worn leather stretched too thin over a bad idea. But it was the eyes that really did it for me, or I guess where the eyes should have been, because there was just emptiness, not like sockets, more like two deep wells of black. No light reflecting off of them, just voids. It walked slowly across the road in front of my truck and paused dead center, facing me. I don't know if it could actually see me, but I swear it knew I was there watching it. I didn't move. I didn't even blink or breathe. Then it tilted its head just a bit to one side, like it was curious. That's when I threw the rig into gear and got the hell out of there. I didn't stop again until I reached a way station many miles down the road. I sat there with the engine running, doors locked, and every light on in the cab for over an hour. Never said a word about it until now. Call it a hallucination if that makes you feel better. I've driven thousands of miles, seen deer, elk, moose, and much more. But nothing like that thing. And I know what I saw. And I hope to God I never see it again. Not sure if this counts as a paranormal story or just a terrifying brush with insanity, but it's stuck with me ever since it happened, and I still don't have a good explanation. Back in my 20s, I was juggling full-time night shifts at a factory while also attending university during the day. Money was tight, and when my parents split up, it got worse. My dad went into a spiral of depression, stopped working, and I ended up picking up a second job just to keep us both afloat. I don't even remember when I last got a full night's sleep during that time. My days blurred into one long, heavy haze of exhaustion, and I could feel myself slowly coming undone. The drive home from work was always the worst. It was just before dawn, 4, maybe 4:30 in the morning, when the roads were dead quiet, and the sky was still that deep, sleepy shade of blue. There's a stretch of freeway I'd take every morning, long and mostly empty, just trees and highway and the occasional passing truck. I can't even count the number of times I caught myself drifting off behind the wheel, only to jolt awake at the rumble of the shoulder lines or the sudden flash of a road sign. But this time was different. I was maybe 15 minutes from home, fighting to keep my eyes open, blasting the cold air and slapping my face to stay alert. And that's when I saw something unusual. Crocodiles. Half a dozen of them. Massive, prehistoric-looking things sprawled across all 4 lanes of the freeway, like they owned it. Their jaws open, tails twitching, some of them actually turning their heads as if reacting to the sound of my engine. I screamed and swerved hard to avoid them, so I nearly drove off the road and into the embankment. My heart was in my throat. I could still hear the thump-thump of my tires as I jerked back onto the road, convinced I'd hit at least one of them. I slammed on the brakes, shaking, hands clutching the steering wheel, and I looked into the rearview mirror, bracing myself to see some horrific mess behind me. But there was nothing. The highway was empty, not a ripple of movement, not a shape, not even a shadow. I sat there, pulled over on the shoulder, staring at the spot where I know they were, and all I could hear was the blood pounding in my ears. I got out of the car. I walked a few steps back down the road, still expecting to see something. Drag marks, roadkill, anything. But the road was clean, pristine even, like it never happened. I don't know what I saw that night. Maybe it was a dream or a waking hallucination brought on by months of sleep deprivation. Maybe my brain, desperate for rest, snapped for a second and threw something wild at me just to wake me up. Whatever it was, it worked. I didn't fall asleep that morning. I was so wired with adrenaline, I didn't sleep for another 36 hours after that. I never saw anything like it again, but I stopped taking that long stretch of highway for a good time afterwards. And I still wonder, what if I hadn't swerved? What would I have hit? Would I have even woken up at all? I have quite a few experiences I can't explain, but this one happened just yesterday. I was looking out at the mountains. I live on another mountain, so it's a great view. I was looking from my window when I saw some people walking down the side of one. Very clearly humanoid figures. I watched them for a little while before going to paint, and I suddenly realized that for me to have seen them that clearly from so far away would mean that they needed to be huge. I rushed back over, but I didn't see them again. That's not the first time something similar has happened since I moved here either. As crazy as it sounds, I'm starting to think that there's giants in these mountains. Update. I swear I saw one again today. Only one this time. Looked like it was wearing some kind of backpack or bag. My mom was there. She said she saw something, but couldn't tell what it was. Several years ago, I planned to quit my school, but divine intervention saved me and countless other lives, ones I would have tragically affected. I'm a lot older now, and I can hardly believe how passionate teenage feelings are. Everything was treated like it was the end of the world. In a sense, it was, because your world is a fishbowl, one that you're forced to exist and interact within. It's impossible not to. I won't bother listing the reasons why I was going to do it. I know now that none would have ever been good enough to justify the actions, my actions. It was all trivial shit that I'd eventually get over. But when you're neck deep in angst and basically the plankton in the high school food chain, in my head, this was the only way to be heard and for my pain to be recognized, giving back what was given to me. I had to mentally commit and put the D-Day on my calendar. I planned for it to be on a Tuesday. It wasn't hard to find a firearm in my house, unlocked and unaccounted for. I selected one and made sure it fit into my backpack. I packed a second magazine, but I didn't expect my deed to go on long enough for me to need to reload. The night before, I was plagued with nightmares. I'd never had sleep paralysis before, but there were points throughout the night where I could have sworn I was awake, but the imagery I was seeing could only be explained by saying I was in dreams. My dead uncle paid me a visit that night, and I'll never forget his mutilated face. He'd taken his own life a year or so before that. Nobody was allowed to see the body except for my aunt before he was cremated, but that's how he chose to visit me that night. As I tossed and turned in bed and I woke up, in the chair that I'd set my backpack on, there was now my uncle sitting there. His cranium resembled a bloomed flower, the meat and skull folded back like petals stemming from his neck. His work shirt was stained in blood. It was the same white t-shirt that he'd always wear with a Shark Mechanic logo. He just sat there like a hideous statue facing me, and it brought about the same aching sadness as I had that day I found out. The apparition's gory appearance gave me chills, thinking about it later, but in that very moment, I was losing my uncle all over again, and I was able to see and feel his hurt. He disappeared when I wiped away the tears from my eyes, and my backpack was again sitting on the chair. I prayed to him when he left. I told him how much I missed him. Again, I don't know for sure if I dreamed the whole thing, but it felt real, and I knew why he came to see me. The next time I opened my eyes, I'd woken up naturally. I was pretty OCD about the clock alarm in my room. I'd probably roll over 4 or 5 times to check that little switch, make sure it was pointed on. And even though I'd checked 4 or 5 times, I'd sometimes check a 6th or 7th, just for good measure. But I woke up late that day. I urgently grabbed my alarm clock from the table, and it wasn't even plugged in. The short brown cord swung around as soon as I lifted it. My new plan was to catch everyone at lunch. I got dressed in the first clothes that I could find on the ground, and I threw my backpack on. My mom was laying on the couch when I left my room. I walked past her and she told me good morning, but didn't ask why I wasn't at school. I told her good morning and left. If my dad would have been there, he for sure would have been my first kill. I would have been doing my mom a favor by doing it, but he wasn't there. I grabbed a few quarters from the ashtray before I left so that I could take the city bus. There was a bus stop a few blocks from the school. I could just get dropped off and walk the rest of the way there. There wasn't many people on the bus when I got on, and it was easy to find a seat by myself, rows away from the other riders. I set my backpack down in between my legs, and the bus took off. I thought about my uncle. I thought about what I was about to do. I wanted someone to catch me before I went through with it. I was having an internal battle. There was an angel and a devil dueling on my shoulders, and the angel needed help. As the bus doors opened at another stop, people got off and these 2 kids got on. They looked identical to each other, girls, probably 7 or 8. Young kids dressed in white button-ups and blue skirts. Looked like they were from a private school. One of the girls was being pulled by the fattest iguana I've ever seen. Instead of a normal meal like crickets, it looked like its diet consisted of cake and cookies. Its long tail whipped ankles as it made its way down the aisle, tugging on the leash. When I looked up, they were both already looking at me, smiling all weird as they moved down the rows of empty seats towards me. Then one sits right next to me, and the other, with the iguana, sits in the row in front of me, turned around in the seat so that her knees are facing me. In a nutshell, our conversation went like this. I ask, "What?" They respond in sync, "Hi." Most of the things they said were like that, between them, the same words at the same time. So they say hi and I ask, "What?" again. They ask why I'm not in school. I say I woke up late and that's where I'm going. I ask why they aren't in school. And they say, "We don't need school," and giggle together. I'm like, cool, whatever, and turn toward the window. From the seat in front of me, the iguana climbs down and under the seat, and I don't notice him in between my legs until he's got a hold of my backpack. I felt a tug, and I heard the metal clang inside. When I looked down, there was an obese lizard giving one of my zipper keychains the old-fashioned death roll. I started to unzip the bag, and I went to grab it, but I'm sure that only opened the bag more, because the gun, an extra magazine, fell out onto the bus floor by my feet. The iguana continued to twist the backpack with my arm now entangled with it, and I couldn't retrieve my fallen items before the girls simultaneously go, "Oh," and the one next to me picks up the gun and the magazine from the ground. I tell her to give it to me, but she holds on to it. The other twin leaned way over her seat to get a good look at what her sister was holding. When I get my hand freed from the bag, the iguana keeps it tightly held in its teeth and skitters away to the seat in front of me with my bag. I ask them desperately to please give me my stuff back, but they ignored me, staring at the shiny gun. Then one twin hands it off to the other twin, and she puts the magazine and the firearm back into my backpack. I feel the bus slow down and the brakes approaching another stop. Both girls stand up like they're getting ready to leave. The one holding the iguana's leash throws my bag over her shoulder and starts to leave her tow of seats. That's when I grabbed her shoulder and said, "Wait." But as soon as I did, the other twin immediately starts crying and screaming, "You leave my sister alone, you pervert." She had real tears coming down her face as she fake pounded at my back with her fists. A few passengers turned around and see all the commotion. Someone says, "Let go of her." And at that moment, I knew it was over. The twins and the obese reptile get off the bus and run away. I still had a few more stops to sit and think about what had happened as passengers stared at me like I was a pariah. I had nothing else planned for the day, so I ended up going to school. Making that choice set off what I believed to be my final divine intervention. When I got there, I'd already missed 3 periods, and the last one hadn't let out for lunch yet, so the hallways were completely empty. And the first person I saw was a school guidance counselor. I hadn't had many talks with her before that day, but she strolled up to me, asked why my eyes were red and glassy, why I was late. I wasn't high, I'd been crying, and I asked to be in the safety of her office to continue my story. Ms. Carol Owens listened to me and saved my life that day. I don't know what I would have done if I hadn't walked into that school and talked to her. She helped me get in touch with family advocates to help with my home situation and therapy paid by the state. Whether it be a series of divine interventions or luck, I was able to get the help I needed when I was at my rock bottom lowest. I can't say this enough. If you're having dark thoughts, reach out to someone, anyone. Don't give up. And if you think you've got a buddy going through something, reach out to them. You don't know how much a phone call means to someone until their number's no longer in service. Never give up on yourself or on others. A few years ago, I was driving back from a buddy's cabin in rural Pennsylvania. It was just after sunset, and it was that in-between light where the shadows are long. I was passing a stretch of farmland when I saw something move through the trees just off the road. At first, I thought it was a deer, but it stood upright. It was thin, bipedal, and covered in pale, almost glowing white hair. Easily 7 feet tall. It didn't move like a person either, or an animal. It was too smooth and too quiet. I remember pulling over and killing the engine. I just watched. It stood in a clearing maybe 50 feet away, facing the tree line. I couldn't see a face, just its shape or outline. It never turned towards me, never ran, just blinked out. 1 second it was there, and the next it was gone. I didn't see it leave. There was no movement or sound. I sat there for a pretty long time after that, suddenly very aware of how alone I was. I still have no idea what it was, and I've never taken that road again after dark. My mom doesn't like driving on the highway, so when I was a teenager, we'd take the back way when visiting my grandparents. There was one town that we'd always pass through that gave us the creeps. It was really small. No grocery store, no gas station. Just some houses, a church, a community center, all surrounded by woods. A lot of main roads went near it, but not through it. It was the kind of place that people didn't really pass through. We never saw anyone on the street. Occasionally, you'd see a shadowy figure peeking out from a porch, but that was it. There was a huge park with a nice-looking playground that we never saw a single child at. If vampires were real, this is definitely where they'd live. Once me and my mom decided to drive down a side street in this town just to see what was there. We came across a car repair shop, which was weird because we never saw any cars. As soon as we approached, this guy came out. His face was not the shape of a normal human face. It was kind of lumpy. Obviously, some people have facial deformities. Nothing scary about that, but there was something so unsettling about this guy. He stormed out and then just stopped and stared at us with the angriest look I'd ever seen. It didn't help that this was the only human we'd seen outside in a town we'd driven through dozens of times. We quickly noped out of there, never explored that side of the woods again. I've worked in prisons most of my life, and I've shared quite a few stories on here, but this story is from the locksmith I used to work with. What most people don't know about prisons is that they normally have a lot of support personnel and additional features that most never see. This story involves both. Normally, the first thing that gets built in every prison, along with the foundation, is the tunnel system. This has been the case even back into the 1800s, given the fact that my old prison had its running under the whole place. What the original purpose was back then, I don't know, but now they're used as emergency escape during a critical incident and for critical systems access. The maintenance staff at prisons are very diverse in specialties, from heating and cooling technicians to electricians to locksmiths. As the place relies on locks to keep prisoners in the facility, you can imagine the facility locksmith is normally busy. The story. Bob had just finished fixing the holding module's lock for the 3rd time this month. The repeated use of the lock caused it to fill with metal shavings that would eventually jam the mechanism, and he would need to swap it out with a spare and repair it once it was removed. The toolkit gripped in one hand and the lock in the other, Bob proceeded down the secured stairwell that led to his lock shop next to the facility arsenal. Reaching the bottom of the stairwell, he set the lock on his toolbox while he struggled with his keys to find the proper one to open the door, the one that allowed him into the hallway. Struggling with the door, which was assisted closed with considerable weight, he finally managed to open the door and walked through. The hallway was dimly lit, more out of expense than function, and it linked the arsenal, lock shop, and emergency tunnels with the emergency exits. The exits were linked to the arsenal and lock shop directly to allow immediate exit to the tunnels, and had a simple metal gate with an oval diamond pattern that allowed you to see through it. 15 feet past the door of the tunnel, the lighting became so bad you could barely see anything. Bob waited for the door to shut all the way, looking at it as it did until he heard the audible click. Then he checked to make sure that it was secure by testing the handle and pushing against the door. Finding it secure, he turned and began to cross the hallway to his lock shop door. When the damaged lock tumbled off the toolbox and clattered onto the concrete floor with a loud, ringing clang, it reverberated through the hallway, down the open tunnel. Shaking his head at how forgetful he was being, Bob bent at his waist to pick up the lock. Grabbing the lock with his free hand and rising, he found himself standing only 5 feet from the gate that stood at the front of the tunnel. As he looked up from the lock he had just recovered, he saw what looked initially like a swinging maintenance light. The tools were used frequently down in the tunnels, the catwalks around the whole prison. It was cheaper to give everyone in maintenance a portable light that attached to the electrical outlets. Cheaper than putting a proper lighting system in every nook and cranny. Looking closer and approaching the gate, he realized that it was not a maintenance light. The light was orange like a flame, not yellow like their maintenance lights. As Bob looked closer, shielding his eyes from the nearby ceiling light, he allowed his eyes to adjust to the dark, as he thought he'd heard the creaking sound of a metal hinge echoing in the distance. Thinking that possibly something may have broken loose down in the tunnel, he set down his toolkit and the lock as he began to grab for his keys, still looking down the tunnel. As he found the key to the gate, Bob realized that he could see a figure down by the light. Breathing a sigh of relief, he began to take a deep breath to yell to the other maintenance man down the tunnel, but he stopped short as he got a clear look at him. The light wasn't an open flame or a maintenance light. It was an old 1800s-style lantern, and it seemed to move in time with the metallic hinge creaking sound. The man holding the lantern appeared to be very white, wearing striped clothing. Backing away from the gate in shock, Bob watched the figure fade away, like a fog lifting off of the ground when the sun rises. Just a note that prisoners in Michigan Department of Corrections wear blue and orange uniforms that are styled with primary blue, trimmed and numbered in orange. The prisoners have not worn striped uniforms since the early 1900s. My son and I live on a ground floor apartment. The unit isn't ideal. I would have preferred one on a higher level, but those are 2 or 3 bedroom apartments, bigger, more expensive ones, way out of my price range. It was a miracle I barely got us into this one with my income. Rent in Denver is astronomical, and I don't make enough to be able to save much after bills. To compensate for my day job's pay, I had to get a night one. Usually this gets me home by 4. I've learned to function off of a few hours of sleep and converted my religious views from agnostic to coffee. I love it almost as much as I love my son. Hell, coffee allows me the ability to be a good mom. It's kept my mind sharp and engaged. Who's tired? Not me. But in all seriousness, I've been on this schedule for 6 months, and it's all started to creep up on me. I thought I was slowly starting to lose my mind. The tiny little hallucinations I'd experienced, they were all part of sleep deprivation. I got used to the shadow people standing in my peripherals, hearing disembodied voices. At the beginning, I'd have to verbally remind myself they're not real. I'm just tired. But eventually I could ignore them like I did the other interlopers I'd walk past on the sidewalk. A few nights ago, I got home from work and saw someone looking in my son's bedroom window. That's what I thought. It faces out the back of our apartment, and there's a tall bush that almost touches the glass. The path I take from the parking lot leads me around the side of the apartment, and I saw them standing in between the bush and the wall. But when I did a double take, the figure standing there was gone. I deduced it to being another shadow man that I'd got close to catching a peek at. In my foggy brain, it was humorous, but after getting whatever small amount of sleep I got, I remembered the slow shadow man, and it didn't strike me as funny anymore. While my son ate breakfast, I decided to go outside and take a look around. I'm glad I did. I found a pair of big footprints under my son's window. I'd say they were work boots based on the shape and size and tread. When I went back inside, I went into his room and pulled up the blinds to see that the wood frame of his window looked like its alignment was off. Like one side was pushed up a smidge more than the other. The window opened straight up and down like a ghillie. It's heavy, too. My son knows not to touch the window. So I went back outside, this time with a kitchen chair. I'm pretty short, and I needed to get a better view of the outside window pane. The bush outside had done its fair share of scratching, nicks on the glass and the paint closest to its reach. As I was about to step off the chair back down to the dirt, I used the wood pane to balance my movement, and it was by sheer coincidence that my finger brushed across an exceptionally prominent scrape in the wood. It was deep, and the wood was splintered. I climbed back onto the chair and looked at where my hand had just been. I don't know how I missed it with my first scan, but when I looked again, there were clear indications that someone had tried to jimmy the window open with something sharp. Had these been there before we moved in, or did it just happen the night before? I don't believe the person I saw when I came home was a figment of my imagination. I think I caught someone in the act of trying to break into my 8-year-old son's bedroom in the middle of the night. I didn't want to scare him or let him know anything was wrong, but I needed to know if he'd seen or heard anything out of the ordinary. So I asked him, was it loud when the shrub outside his window sways around in the wind against the window? And this I can't explain past a mother's bond with her son, but I swear we had some sort of telepathic thing going on, because when he moved his eyes that were fixed on his breakfast up to me, his whole expression acted as if I'd stumbled upon a little secret of his, and he just looked at me with his eyebrows all raised but didn't say anything. So I asked, what's wrong? And he just started crying. He told me about how he thought the plant was talking to him, that it sounded like Elmo. Its branches would scrape up against the glass and ask him to come out and play, but he'd always say that he couldn't, that he had to go back to bed. How many times had this happened? I asked. He put up his pointer finger, adding that the bush wouldn't talk to him in the daytime. Then he says he figured out that it was a man, and he just started renting the bushes to live in. All of this seemed like it checked out well and good for my son, but the man continued to tap on the window. Now not behind a disguise, but as a new neighbor who didn't have any friends. My son still refused, so the guy started asking if he could come into the apartment to hang out. He tells the man, I'll have to ask my mom, but that made the guy so angry that he put a knife up to the window, showing it to my son. When my son tells me what he said, the cute adolescent mispronouncing of words he's never heard puts me in a cold sweat, because it's like, in my head I'm going, I know what you're trying to say, but I can't believe that's actually what you're saying. He used cuss words and said that if I tell anyone he's there, he'll boochar my mom when she leaves for work. Mom, what does boochar mean? I enunciated the difficult tch sound and asked, do you mean butcher? He nods his head yes. He couldn't remember how long the man had been visiting his window. He'd been trying to pretend like he was asleep, staying very still when the guy would arrive, but he can hear him messing with the window every night until he wakes up again. I was distraught and heartbroken that I'd put my son in such a scary situation. It would have only been a matter of time until that guy found a way inside. Even more scary is that he knows my schedule. He knew my son was alone in the apartment. He'd been watching me leave for work every night. I called in sick, kept him home from school that day. I was embarrassed, and I didn't want him telling the teachers the story. I got in contact with a police officer who came over and inspected the window and the bush. They found remnants of someone being there, a meth pipe, a knife. The discovery made me sick to my stomach. They said that they'd be sending patrol cars out to check on the apartment throughout the week, but I wasn't going to risk leaving my son there anymore. I considered borrowing a gun, waiting for the man to show up again. But I knew that would only incite more trauma for my son, especially if I had to pull the trigger. So for the last week, our new schedule has consisted of him going to work with me, sleeping in the back seat of the car until my shift is over. Every night I park in full view of our security cameras, and I'm always walking outside to check. He knows if there's ever an emergency, he can run in at any time. Thankfully, though, he's been able to sleep throughout the night. This alternative routine, it puts a ton more work on me, trying to get us both up and ready, but it's worth it if it's going to keep my son safe. Right now, I'm just trying to take it day by day. I don't really have a plan past this one. I know sleeping in the car isn't the best for him, but it's our only option, at least until I can think of something better. Any suggestions would be appreciated. Two winters ago, a huge black triangle craft hovered over the white pine trees along my farmland. I was probably 100 yards away, staring in awe. It appeared to be maybe 50 feet above the trees, hovering for about 3 to 4 minutes. Slowly hovered across the field for a couple of seconds. It then basically disappeared in front of my eyes. The craft appeared to be about 40 feet long. On each point of the triangles, it had a 3 to 5 diameter round plasma-like burner. It was evening time, but still light out when I witnessed this. It was probably 10 years ago. A year or two ago, my son and I witnessed a military fighter jet that came in over our farm at an extremely low altitude. We were in the farm shop and the windows started rattling, extremely loud, from the jet. We ran outside to see what was happening, and as we looked up, we noticed a 6 to 8 foot diameter, silver-gray orb buzzing around the sky at incredible speed. The jet was chasing the orb, but wasn't gaining on it. The jet at one point let about 4 or 5 flares out over our field, and then continued the chase. This was years ago, back when I was working seasonal construction in a tiny desert town in Arizona. We'd rented out a beat-up double-wide for the summer, 4 of us rotating shifts, not much furniture and even less sleep. It was cheap and close to the job site, and that was all we needed. The land behind the trailer was nothing but miles of dry brush and scattered rock, all the way to the edge of the canyon. No wildlife, no wind, just stillness that settled like dust over everything. The first time I heard it, I'd just gotten off a night shift and was sitting outside smoking before crashing. It was about 4:30 in the morning. I remember because the sky was just starting to tint that pale blue. I heard what sounded like someone calling from the canyon, not yelling, but talking low and rhythmic. It was repeating something I couldn't quite make out. I assumed it was one of the guys messing around, but when I looked behind me, I could see them through the window. They were inside, still passed out on the floor. The next night I heard it again. Same time, same voice, same pattern, but it was closer. Like whoever or whatever it was had moved up from the canyon and was now in the brush somewhere behind the trailer. I asked around. One of the guys said it was probably an echo off the canyon walls or some weird acoustics thing, but he didn't come outside with me. Not once. The last night I stayed there, I made the mistake of walking out behind the trailer with a flashlight. I mainly just wanted to prove to myself that there was nothing there. Maybe I was overtired. Maybe it was really just coyotes or wind or something natural. But when I got about 30 feet into the brush, I heard it again. right behind me. Clear as day this time. It was a voice and it whispered, "We see you." I dropped the light, didn't even think, just ran, left everything behind, including my job. I never went back, and I've never heard anything like it since. Whatever it was, I don't think that was human. I feel like there has to be more information on this, but I can't find anything beyond cookie-cutter news articles. I couldn't possibly be the only one writing about this. My story can't be the only one. But if it is, please read this before it's suppressed or deleted. I live in central Okanagan, and in late January, I'd gone on an early morning walk with my dog Pickle. It's a routine we do every day. I keep binoculars, a Swiss Army knife, with a flint, and a plastic bag for dog droppings, all in a fanny pack attached to my hip every time we leave. The trail we walk goes on for kilometers, but Pickle and I rarely make it 3 before turning around. In that distance, there's still hallmark vantage points that look over the winery valleys. My Instagram's filled with photos of the view throughout the seasons. In the early morning, it was typical to see a low fog covering the valley in a haze before the sun comes out to evaporate it. There was also an old man that I'd always see driving the rows of vines. There's 4 large plots and he maintains the furthest. I don't think he's ever seen me up there, staring down at him. I'm pretty hidden behind trees and he's barely a speck from where I am, but it's always a fun sight to see. On this day, as we stopped to take in the scenic landscape, there was a slow fog drifting in from the hills unlike anything I'd ever seen. It was bright pink, opaque clouds that were slowly consuming the valley in front of me. The fog was probably about 5 to 6 kilometers away and lower in elevation than where I actually was, but still, watching the fog as it spread made me feel anxious. It floated in such an ominous manner. The crows and other smaller birds started to fly away in large clusters trying to avoid it. I didn't like seeing them do that. It also forced me to notice the lack of nature noise that I'm accustomed to hearing on the trail. I knew Pickle had come back because I could hear him breathing by my leg. I could hear the wind rustling the grass, and it sounded like ocean waves around me. The silence actually rattled me. I'd never heard the world so quiet, so empty. And then a sound began to echo from the valley. It was barely a hum, but I was astonished I could hear it from where I was. I started looking for its source on the furthest plot, and I spotted a large tractor emerging from the fog. It's going full speed and leaving a clear path of destroyed trellis fencing in its wake. It hurtled right through the rows, trying to outrun the cloud. Plumes of brown and green lifted off the ground every time the tractor bucked. I put up my binoculars again to get a better look, but when I got a view of the tractor, I could see through the rear window of the tractor, unobstructed. If there was someone in the driver's seat, their body would be in front of it, blocking out the light. The cab looked abandoned while it creamed through the fields. I put down my binoculars and watched it crash into a bigger piece of machinery before it fell over on its side. No sign of the old man anywhere, and soon the tractor had been completely devoured by the pink looming fog. Pickle started whimpering. He was staring out into the valley, equally as focused on this thing as I was. It spooked me. I didn't want to be in the hills if the fog somehow made its way up. So I grabbed Pickle's leash and we ran home. I made sure to close the doors and all the windows, even going as far as taping the vents shut, but the fog never made it to us and eventually burned off with the morning sun. I spent that day calling everyone I knew to see if they'd seen it. Few folks living east of the valley and one friend right in town said that they'd all seen it. My friend in town, her name's Danny, she said that her house had been surrounded by it around 7 that morning, But she didn't go outside to investigate. She did the same thing that I'd done, which was to seal everything off. The folks living east of the valley told me their dog went missing. They think it used its doggy door to go outside. It got lost in the fog. They were asleep during the time that it would have taken place, and therefore they can't know exactly what happened. But they've had that dog for over a decade, and it's never wandered off before. Their backyard's also lined with a wooden 6-foot fence that the dog no doubt could scale over if it tried hard enough. But again, this is not the dog's personality. They blamed the fog for its disappearance. No one knew what to make of it. I too blamed the fog, but my theory as to how it happened would have sounded crazier than theirs. And that's because when I got home after seeing it, I'd closed everything up, and the next thing I did was sit down at the computer and Google pink fog. The first few websites only mentioned it as an atmospheric phenomenon when sunlight hits water droplets. That makes sense enough, but it wasn't what we saw. This fog was something different, and it had nothing to do with light tricks. Then I found a collection of reports from the United States involving a carnivorous pink cloud from 1955 to 1966. Residents of Daytona, Florida were terrorized by a thick, creeping ground fog. It's on record being blamed for 12 deaths within that span. The descriptions I read were more in line with what I'd seen in our valley. I don't know that there's been any reported deaths related to the event I witnessed, but I know that the tractor stayed stagnant on its side for over a month, and those tending to the vineyard now, they're part of some commercial company. Who knows what really happened, but it all makes me pretty uneasy to think about. I was visiting a plantation in deep Louisiana that was said to have one particular ghost person that lived in the house. They explained the evidence to us on the tour: mysterious hand marks on mirrors, furniture that moves in plain sight, etc. The tour guide pointed out this opened secret door that this person used to use to go upstairs to their bedroom. They invited us to look at the staircase inside. While I'm looking around, the tour group leaves the building without me noticing. As I'm trying to find my way out of the house, I hear this slow creaking. I turn around and see the secret bedroom door slowly closing itself. No one else in the house, no breeze, no windows nearby, no machinery, just slow closing. I ran to find the tour guide. She told me that doors open and close by themselves, even the really heavy sliding doors, all the time. I went to nursing school as a married adult with children. As I was driving home after an evening class midterm, I began to slow down as I was coming near an intersection on a rarely used road. I noticed 2 moving lights in the sky to my right, approximately 300 feet above. These lights slowly traveled and came to a stop about 150 feet above, in front of my car. 3 more lights came and lined up with the other 2, one by one. I stopped the car, locked the doors, and watched the show. I couldn't tell if they were blinking lights or if they were rotating, as on a round object spinning. These lights were hovering and silent. Then, one by one, they took off at the speed I've never seen, each following the other. When they left, I started the car, not remembering turning it off, and I noticed that the doors were unlocked. I attributed that to a poor attention span, not remembering. I arrived home a few minutes later. I thought my husband would be happy to see that I was home, as I left the college quite early. But he was quite troubled and wondered why I was almost 3 hours late. I have absolutely no memory of the missing time. I grew up along the coast of Georgia, just a short drive from the marshes. People always said the water held things, old memory, bad energy, sometimes even spirits. I never really believed any of it until one night about 10 years ago. I was out near the St. Mary's River, helping a friend bring in some crab pots before a storm rolled in. It was late, maybe close to midnight, and the wind was already picking up. The tides were high, and the air had that thick, charged feeling, the one it gets before a bad storm. As we were pulling in the last trap, I noticed something out past the reeds, standing just barely in the water. It looked like a person, tall, still, pale in the moonlight. I thought it was someone else out there checking traps, until I realized they weren't moving, just standing there in the water. No swaying with the wind, not reacting at all. My buddy saw it too. We both stopped talking and just stared for a few seconds. Then the figure slowly sank down. No splash, no movement, just slipped beneath the water. The storm hit hard the next morning. Torn up docks, power outages, a couple of boats flipped over in the marina. I've only told a few people about what I saw. Everyone says the same thing. You saw a storm spirit. Around here, it's not unheard of. People say if you see something strange in or near the water before a storm, you better take it seriously. Now I do. Every time I see the tide rise a little too quick, or the air gets too still, I remember that pale figure, like I can't get it out of my mind, but I don't waste any time getting inside. I worked in a library during grad school, and this man came into my section asking to use some older technology that we still had available. It was right after opening one morning, and I was the only one available to teach him how to use the machines. He was there almost every day, and if I wasn't working that day, he would leave. He figured out my schedule, that I worked as soon as the library opened on certain days. When I was there, he would have many questions and difficulties with the machines. One morning when I was supposed to be at work but had an engagement that made me about 30 minutes late, he discovered my large male coworker instead. He'd spent the night hidden in the bathroom by my station and hadn't left all night so that the motion detectors wouldn't go off. He had also taken a bath in the bathroom. The police were called, and when I arrived, he was being led to a police car screaming for me. Needless to say, he was banned from ever entering the library again. I also never worked alone again. Alone meaning in my section on my floor, because it's a massive library. I was always scheduled with a male coworker and another administrator for openings. My purpose behind sharing this is not to depress anyone, so don't go getting all sad right off the bat. Actually, no, this is how we're going to do it. I'll tell you the end of my story first, and then we'll go back to the beginning. On my 11th birthday, my Aunt Becky and Uncle Ted adopted me at a California courthouse, brought me to Montana where I grew up healthy, happy, and not holding any baggage into my 30s. The end. Now, from the top. I was watching the Kids' Choice Awards on Nickelodeon. Amanda Bynes is on stage accepting an award. The place I called home was a sweltering hot trailer. The air conditioning never worked as long as I could remember. I always used to fiddle with the knobs and smack the side of the metal box, thinking maybe this one time and this one combination of turns and taps will work. I'd sit there for hours tinkering with it, like it was a video game cheat code that would energize it back to life again. But I was never really that good at Nintendo when I played over at my friend's house, and I was never able to activate the unbreak code for the AC unit. That night was especially unbearable, and I'd opened up all the windows in the house when I'd gotten home from school that day, but nothing seemed to cool the trailer down. The award show went to a commercial break, and I hung my head out the open window, hoping a breeze would cool the sweat dripping down my forehead. The TV was louder than it needed to be in order to combat the noise of traffic outside. I also thought that I was home alone because I hadn't seen my mom all day. Her not being there was nothing new. I'd been essentially raising myself since I could dress myself. So when I pulled my head back in, and I saw her standing just out of the TV's light, back by her bedroom door, I was initially startled. But then she spoke to me, and she sounded just like she did when she was sober. It was a cadence that I couldn't pin down how or why it rang differently at first, but it had the ability to transport my 10-year-old self to 4 years prior. I didn't know I'd forgotten the way her soft, natural voice sounded until I heard it again. I turned down the TV with the remote as she said, "Claire Bear, you're the best thing that ever happened to me. I love you." Then she asked me if I could give 999 a bell for her. The phone was on a black ottoman we used as a coffee table. I grabbed it and started dialing. I hadn't thought to ask why I was calling until there was an operator on the other line asking me the same question. I turned back to see that my mom's no longer standing there. So, in a stammer, I tell them, "I don't know. My mom asked me to call, but she went back into the bedroom." They asked if she was hurt. Truthfully, I hadn't gotten the best look at her. The bright screen of the TV took away any potential for my eyes to adjust to seeing in the dark. But I said no because she sounded fine. They asked if anyone else was there. I tell them, "I don't know. I didn't think that my mom was even here until a couple of seconds ago." I give them my name, my mom's name, and our address. Instead of disconnecting, the operator asks to stay on the line with me until emergency services arrive. Then I'm asked if I can enter the bedroom where my mom was to give her the phone. I got up from the couch and walked over to her room, but when I tried to go in, the handle would turn, but the door wouldn't budge. It was like something heavy on the other side had prevented me from entering. So I started knocking and calling out, "Mom, 999's on the phone and they need to talk to you." After a minute, I stopped knocking and pressed my ear against the wood of the door. I wanted to listen for any indication of what was going on in there. It was cold against my cheek, and the chill felt nice against my skin. My mom was singing in a whisper, like lullabies sung to a baby. For the life of me, I wouldn't be able to remember the specific tune, but I used to love when she'd sing around the house. It was barely audible, but when I heard it, I started pounding on that door again. When I stopped to listen again, the singing had stopped, but there weren't any other sounds of movement, and the door stayed unbudging with my efforts. I went back to sit on the couch, but had to hop back up again because the medics had just shown up. When I opened the door to the trailer to let them in, I made eye contact with a neighbor standing outside, an old nom vet whose name I can't remember, but the colorful ambulance lights had alerted everyone in the park, and they'd come out of their homes to be nosy. 2 medics ran in. They looked like kids. I'm not sure what age you have to be to work as a paramedic, but the guys that rushed in, they looked like they were still in high school. The bedroom was a skip from where they came in, and when they got to the bedroom, I expected these kids to struggle with the door, but it opened right away for them. Before I could start to walk toward the door, a 3rd medic had come inside just in time to stop me from following them into the bedroom. They grabbed a blanket from the couch, and I was led outside. The paramedic with me was older than the other 2. His glasses hung low on his nose, and he slightly resembled the librarian that worked at my school. He was sweet, even made me laugh once, but despite his best efforts to distract me from what was going on, I knew when the paramedics rolled a stretcher past us, they'd covered her with a sheet like the movies. I knew exactly what I was looking at, but it didn't seem real. It couldn't have been my mom. She was just singing minutes ago. She was the one that told me to call. I ran into the trailer and into the bedroom before I could be stopped again, though I wish I had been. I wish that sweet old man would have grabbed my arm one more time. But I moved too quick. He caught up with me, but not before I saw my mom's blood splattered on the walls and carpet. Her room was torn apart like a struggle had happened. The mirror on her vanity was shattered. Drawers and clothes were thrown everywhere. There was a large dark pool of blood that soaked into the fabric of the white comforter on the bed. The plastic blinds above her window were torn down, and the window itself was pushed fully open. That's where they believe her attacker entered and exited from. The autopsy report said that along with multiple blunt force traumas that she'd experienced, she'd also been shot. It was presumed that she died earlier that day, most likely while I was at school. And to this day, her killer was never caught. The case went cold and has never been followed up on. In December, my area in Texas experienced some serious floodwaters. I know several people who lost their lives or came close to it. The floodwaters hit quickly, and to say that we aren't built for that is a bit of an understatement. My family did fine. We weren't out on the roads, which seemed to be the most dangerous place to be. Some damage to the outside of our house, some trees nearby caused some issues for a few days, but that was the worst of it. But it wasn't the weirdest of it. I can't explain what happened the morning after the worst of the floods, but I'm going to try to relay it. We were sort of trapped in our neighborhood for a couple of days due to downed trees and a flooded road. So during that time, we just went around with our other neighbors helping anyone who needed it. The second morning, the water had mostly receded, leaving behind the kind of mud that sucks your boots in when you try to walk. My husband and I were making rounds with two other neighbors when we reached the last row of houses on the far side of the loop, a stretch of homes that backed up against the thick of the woods. One of the houses there had been hit especially hard. Debris clung to the front fence, and the windows on the lower floor were blown out. And that's when we heard it. Help. It was faint but urgent, a voice definitely human, crying out from inside the house. We all froze, and then it came again. Help. Clearer this time. Multiple voices maybe, begging, pleading. My stomach dropped. The four of us rushed to the door and tried it, but it was swollen shut from the water. My neighbor Tim kicked it in, and we charged inside expecting to find people trapped or hurt. But there was no one. The house was completely empty. Furniture overturned, water lines creeping up the walls, mud smeared across the floor, but no signs of life. We split up, calling out, checking closets and the upstairs rooms. Nothing. The house was dead quiet, and yet we all swore that we heard it. Not just me, all of us. Same direction, same voices. We regrouped in the living room, rattled and confused. Tim made a sort of nervous joke about sound bouncing in weird ways after a flood, but none of us really believed it. Not the way that voice had sounded so close, so desperate. I still think about that morning, about that house, about what we heard, and why, when we broke in to save them, there was nothing. Me and one other person saw a sea serpent swim by, very close to the shoreline from the beach where we stood. This was in the southeastern part of the U.S., on the Atlantic. About 9 to 10 a.m. in the morning, it was swimming casually along the shore, headed south. It was very obvious that it wasn't anything common. By far the largest serpent-shaped anything I'd ever seen. We didn't see its head or face, only parts of its body emerging from the gentle waves. It was very thick, about 12 to 18 feet long, black to grayish. This was in 2023. I'm not sure what exactly we saw. My companion who loves the ocean was so spooked that he wouldn't go swimming. Usually he's fearless, so This really made me question what we saw. Neither of us have ever seen anything like that in the ocean before. We've lived up and down the East Coast Atlantic all of our lives, spent a lot of time on the water. I'll never forget the experience, though. Maybe I'm dramatic, but even the energy in the air that morning on the beach, it felt different. Needless to say, the ocean is mysterious and massive. It's not hard to believe that many unknowns could be lurking. When my mom was a little kid, her dad was killed in a road accident. The grief nearly broke my Nan. She couldn't accept that he was gone, not entirely. And in her desperation, she started trying to contact him. It started small, leaving out little notes, whispering to the empty spaces of the house. But then my great aunt got involved. She was deep into the kinds of things that most people avoid: spiritualism, old rituals, things she claimed could pierce the veil between worlds. She convinced my Nan that there was a way to reach my grandfather. All they needed was a board. They did it at night, after the kids had gone to bed. The planchette moved with a mind of its own, spelling things my Nan swore only her husband would know. At first, she believed. At first, it was comforting. But then the messages changed. The tone turned cruel. The thing on the board knew too much. Things it shouldn't have known. And then, the worst part, it never left. Whatever they let out that night clung to my mom's older sister. She was 6 at the time. My mom was only 4. My mom refuses to talk about the worst of it, but the stories have never stopped. The scratches came first. Deep, angry welts appearing overnight, sometimes fresh and bleeding in the morning. Then, objects moved, small things at first. A toy rolling across the floor, a spoon falling from the counter. But soon it escalated. Books were thrown across the room, plates shattered mid-air. The worst nights, the girls would wake up screaming, their hair being yanked by invisible hands. Doors locked on their own, not just bedroom doors, but the front door, the bathroom, even cabinets and drawers, trapping them, taunting them. My Nan would have to fight with the locks, sometimes taking them clean off with a hammer, just to free her children. And then there was the fire. My mom swears she woke up to smoke filling her room one night. The source, her own bedside table. The wood itself had started to smolder, blackening and cracking as if someone had held a flame to it. No candles, no matches, nothing around it that could have caused it. Whatever it was never left my aunt. Even after she grew up and moved to another country, it followed. Her husband, her children. They all experienced the same things that she did as a child. Doors that lock on their own, objects moving, scratches. Cold spots that are so intense, they leave breath hanging in the air. The last time that she visited here, I made the mistake of staying overnight at my Nan's house while she was there. I barely slept. The entire night, I felt watched. My phone screen kept lighting up by itself, as if someone was touching it. And then, around 3 a.m., I heard something, a soft, scraping sound, like nails dragging along the wall just beside my bed. I packed my bags and left before dawn. Now, when I visit my aunt's country, I stay in a hotel. No exceptions. People think these things aren't real, that Ouija boards are just games. But I'm telling you, once you open that door, you don't always get to close it. My aunt never even touched the board herself, and yet it latched onto her. It has haunted her for decades. It's haunted us all. Blessings, prayers, exorcisms, none of it has ever worked. So if you ever find yourself sitting in front of a board, staring at that little wooden planchette, ask yourself this: what if something answers? And worse, what if it never leaves? This is not conventional therapy by any means. However, I tend to use this platform like it is. Mothers with incarcerated lovers. My son's name is Marco Jr. We call him MJ for short. His dad, Marco Sr., has been held at the LSP for half a decade. Round trips there and back close to 6 hours. It's not easy on the gas tank, but it's important to me that MJ gets to see his dad and have him be a part of his life in any way that he can before he's released, and he's seen as a stranger when he comes home. We try to make it up there at the end of the month, typically around payday, so I can fill my tank. Last weekend we had the same plan. When we got there, me and MJ were searched as procedure, but right afterwards they told us Marco's compound was on lockdown. That sucked. What a waste of gas, makeup, and effort. I wish that they had something on their website to update us with stuff like that. I was pissed, but nothing that we could do about it, so I turned around and we went back out to the car. Heading home, we were about an hour into our drive. I've been trying to keep the atmosphere light by playing his Wiggles CD, singing to every goddamn one of those songs, trying to distract MJ from sad feelings, questions that I didn't want to explain, because I really didn't know why Daddy couldn't come see us. The guard I spoke to wasn't like, oh, here's what's going on right now. I was equally in the dark, 2 peas in a pod, listening to the Wiggles. It's wild to be a parent and have to share these experiences with your child. I read a lot about adverse childhood experiences after Marco got arrested. It's called an ACEs test. I got a pretty decent score. I'm sure Marco would too. The generations of trauma pass down to the next. My goal as a parent is for MJ to check off less of those boxes, get a lower score on this thing than I did. So, we're driving, and in between songs, as one's fading out, I can hear MJ playing with paper. Trying not to divert my attention from the road for too long, I quickly looked over to see him messing around with an envelope. I ask, where'd you get that from? He said a guard gave it to him. I'm like, what? When did they do this? MJ was by my side the whole time, and other than the woman I was working with, there wasn't anyone else around us, for sure not within the proximity of slipping my son a letter. Adding to the weirdness, when I ask what they looked like, MJ described someone that I for sure didn't see in there. He said this guard had broken sunglasses, like one of the lenses was missing in the frames, and the eye that he could see was all black. He actually portrayed this guard as scary looking. MJ also said that he knew his name. The guard called out to him to get his attention. He said, "Hey, MJ." When he turned around, the guard handed him the envelope and walked away. How could I have not seen this happen? If it wasn't for the physical proof he was holding in his hands, I would have just gone along with his imagination. Instead, I gently snatched the envelope out of his hands to get a closer glance at it. But when I saw the envelope had a familiar handwriting, it said, "Love, Marco." I put on my hazards and pulled off the road so I could mentally process MJ's weird story and figure out what was inside the envelope. It was, in fact, a letter from Marco. He would always write us a big front and back letter for me and MJ to read when we got home, filled with positive updates about the progress he's making with work, funny stories, and mostly how much he loves and misses us. It was also dated that day. I thought that Marco must have given the letter to a CO, asked him to deliver the message to us when he got there. It's beyond me. Regardless, I eventually ignored its creepy delivery and was just happy to see what we got. After figuring out it was a letter from Daddy, MJ wanted to still wait until we got home that night to actually read through it. So, we got back on the road, finished the last leg of the trip, full discography of the Wiggles all the way back to Yummy Yummy. Marco would call from jail a few days later, and it only piqued the creepiness of this whole letter thing to like a brand new level that neither of us could make sense of. So, they had that lockdown the day of our visit. I spoke to Marco on the phone that morning, telling him to plan on us being there close to 6. Marco wasn't involved, but he said that there was a huge fight that broke out before noon. Guards knew that it would only escalate between the two groups, so they shut the whole yard down, put everyone back in their cells. When the COs performed a count to make sure everyone was in their cells, they discovered 2 prisoners unaccounted for. That had everyone on staff running around looking for them. When Marco saw a CO named Lewis walk by his cell, he stopped him, asked Lewis the favor of giving us the letter if he saw us that day. He told him what time we were going to arrive and showed him a picture of us that he had. Marco said that he and Lewis were cool with each other, so Lewis took the letter. When I let him know that NJ got to meet him when we were there, Marco said that wasn't possible. I told him, well, somebody else gave MJ your letter then, but it was delivered and we read it right when we got home. I then told him what the letter talked about to solidify that yes, we did get it, and yes, we did read it. Marco, again, almost defensively, replies that it wasn't possible for us to have received the letter because it was delivered back to him later that next day while they were still in lockdown. Marco says that the prisoners that went missing, they didn't get too far, and Lewis had been the first officer to find their hiding spot. The inmates, they strangled and stabbed him before the other COs could come to his rescue. Marco said that Lewis was a really good guy that all the inmates liked. Everyone was shaken up about it. I'm on the other end of the phone line, obviously doing my best to console him because he sounds genuinely affected by the passing of Lewis, but in the back of my mind, I'm thinking, this is crazy. I have this letter around here somewhere. So while we're on the phone and I'm listening to him talk and reminisce about Lewis, I'm tearing apart the house looking for this letter to prove I'm not crazy. But I can't find it. Not in the house, not in the car. MJ didn't know where it went either. I did a more extensive search after I got off the phone with no better luck. Now it's been over a week, and neither MJ or I have seen that letter since, though both of us know that we had it at one point in time. So, what now? Just let it go, right? Don't dedicate my life to solving this mystery of the teleporting letter and Lewis the ghost. I'm sure obsessing over this would traumatize MJ, add to his already growing ACE score. So, just let it go, right? Right? But wow, that's a hard thing to swallow and just keep on moving like my perception of reality hasn't been glitterified. And since I can't seem to let it go, I'm sharing my story here. I don't really know why, but maybe somebody else has had an experience with a teleporting letter. They tell you to leave the job at the station. Don't bring it home. Don't let it fester. I used to think that I was good at that, compartmentalizing, shutting the door on the flames once the hoses were rolled up and the sirens were silent. But lately, the door feels like it's been left ajar. Several months ago, I started having dreams, always the same. Me running through a maze of fire, heat pressing in from all sides, and this screaming. It's not the panicked cry of someone who knows help is on the way. It's hopeless, like she knows no one's coming. I always wake up drenched in sweat, gasping for air. I never told anyone about the dreams. What's the point? Everyone at the station has their own ghosts. That night, we got the call just past 11 p.m. The old Hargrave Theater was on fire. It had been empty for years, falling apart brick by brick, but someone must have broken in and started the fire. Arson wasn't uncommon in places like that. Kids, homeless people, and some thrill seeker lighting up history just for fun. We rolled up to the wall of flames. The fire was eating its way through the structure like it had a grudge. My lieutenant was barking orders and we got to work. I'd done this 1,000 times before, but something about that night felt off. The fire didn't behave the way fires usually do. It flared up in strange places, burned hotter in some sections than others, like it had a mind of its own. I chalked it up to the building's age. Decaying wood and debris can do that, but it gnawed at me. I was part of the search and rescue team, sweeping the inside for anyone who might have been trapped. The theater was a labyrinth of narrow corridors, rotting seats, and crumbling walls. I was moving fast, clearing each section with precision, but as I pushed deeper, something pulled at my memory. It was the layout. I'd never been in that building before, but I knew where to go. I turned down a hallway without thinking, opened a door that led to a narrow staircase that I couldn't possibly have known existed. In the basement, the smoke was thick, choking, and my flashlight caught flashes of what was left: rusted metal chairs, splintered wooden beams, and a pile of rubble in the corner. And that's when I saw it. A metal box, half buried under charred debris. I don't know why I grabbed it. Something about it felt important. I shoved it into my turncoat and I kept moving. Then I heard it. The scream. It was faint, muffled, but unmistakable. A woman's voice full of terror, coming from somewhere within the basement. I froze. I'd heard the screams before, but this one cut through me like a knife. I shouted, "Fire department, call out!" But there was no answer. I should have stayed and searched. God knows I wanted to, but the ceiling groaned above me. My radio crackled with an order to pull out. The fire was spreading too fast. I ran, the scream echoing in my ears as the floor gave way behind me. We lost one of ours that night, Scott. He'd been on the roof when it collapsed. A good man, gone in an instant. We all took it hard, but I just still couldn't shake the scream. Back at the station, I pulled out the metal box. Inside was a charred journal, its edges brittle and blackened, the handwriting faded but legible enough. It belonged to William Hargrave, the theater's original owner. The entries started innocently, grand plans for the theater, dreams of stardom. But as I read on, the tone darkened. He wrote about an actress, young and ambitious, who threatened to expose him for something he'd done. He didn't name her, but it was clear she had leverage. The final entries were frantic, almost incoherent. He talked about fire as if it were alive, a punishment he couldn't escape. Then the entries stopped. I couldn't stop thinking about her, the actress, the one who disappeared. I started digging into the theater's history, asking questions that seemed to make people uncomfortable. The fire in 1947 that killed several performers was ruled an accident, but there were whispers. Witnesses said that they heard screams in the basement that night, but no bodies were found down there. One night, I visited the ruins. The building was standing just barely. I found the basement again. The air was heavy and stifling, even though the fire was long gone. You know the smell. I stared at the rubble in the corner, and I felt it. Pressure in my chest like someone was screaming without making a sound. I reported everything I found to the authorities. I told them to check the basement for remains, for evidence of what really happened. They said they'd look into it. They didn't. A week later, the theater was torn down. The dreams, they haven't exactly stopped. In fact, sometimes they're worse. The screams are louder, and I can't help but wonder if I left her behind, whoever she was. Maybe she was just a figment of my imagination or a trick of the smoke and my own exhaustion. Maybe she was real, and I'll just never know her name. They tell you to leave the job at the station, but some fires follow you home. When I was 8, my parents and I flew to Philadelphia. My grandmother had died, and we were there for her funeral, I believe. Although I was born in Philadelphia, my parents had moved to Wyoming shortly after I was born. They were excited to show me all of their old stomping grounds. High school sweethearts, both of them grew up in the city. We parked on a random side street and walked up and down the city as they pointed out various landmarks. They seemed nostalgic, reminiscing about their youth. At one point, we stopped for ice cream at a shop where my dad used to take my mom on dates. On the way into the shop, I noticed a homeless man sitting nearby. He wore an eye patch and had no shoes. I felt bad for him, but my parents seemed to pretend he wasn't there. After we got our cones and left the shop, I told myself not to look at him again, but my undiagnosed ADHD made it impossible to resist. It was like trying not to crack your knuckles, knowing the relief that comes after. I couldn't help myself. I glanced. The man was staring directly at me. He was tall and skinny, wearing pants too big for him and a coat riddled with cigarette burns. He stood barefoot on the cold concrete. My parents walked ahead, completely unaware. I knew I shouldn't look again, but the urge was too strong. I turned my shoulder this time to peek back, and to my shock, the homeless man was now just 2 feet behind us. Before I could react, he lunged at me, grabbing the sleeve of my coat. His face was wild, and before I could scream, he started yelling, "You're my girl! You're my girl!" Everything happened in a blur. Within seconds, my dad had tackled the man, throwing punches. The homeless man was tall, taller than my dad, who I'd always thought of as the tallest man ever, a giant. My dad, usually gentle, was transformed by rage. His first punch dropped the man, but the grip on my coat remained. It took several more blows before the man would let go. It was horrifying. I was inches away from my dad's fists as he pummeled this man. When I finally broke free and ran to my mom, my dad was still hitting him. A small crowd had gathered, but no one intervened. It was my mom who finally screamed, "Stop! You're going to kill him!" After that, we hurried back to the car. There was no more sightseeing. We didn't visit anywhere after the funeral either. My parents were visibly shaken, and we left Philadelphia right after the wake. At the reception that was held at my uncle's house, I couldn't focus on the good memories of my grandmother. I was too distracted by the sight of my mom wrapping my dad's bloody hand in gauze. I'm pretty sure he broke his right hand on the homeless man's face that day. As an 8-year-old, I left Philadelphia thinking it was a scary place that I never wanted to visit again. And sure, Philly can be a tough city, but what happened wasn't just a random, unfortunate event. And I found this out about a decade later, completely by chance. Halloween, we were all going through old photos in the kitchen. My parents were showing me their old Halloween costumes. Some of mine as a child were mixed in there, but mostly it was my parents' old photos. I noticed a stack of photos on the kitchen counter. It didn't look like we'd gone through them, so I took them out of the envelope and went to move them to the table. They were high school pictures of my parents with their friends, school events, parties, typical teenage memories. In a lot of these pictures, there was a guy who stood out. He was hard to miss because of his distinct eye patch and his height, taller than my dad. Curious, I brought one of the pictures to my mom and I asked, "Who's this guy?" Her reaction immediately set off alarm bells. She was trying way too hard to act normal. I could tell something was off, so I pressed further and asked, "Did you guys know that homeless man in Philadelphia? Is this him?" My question shattered her composure, and she broke down sobbing, way more than I'd anticipated or ever seen before. I thought she would have brushed it off with a casual, "Yeah, he was just a guy from high school who went down the wrong path," or something like that. But instead, she had a full-blown panic attack. My dad had to help her to the couch to calm her down before she fainted. At that moment, I knew that I'd stumbled onto something much bigger than I'd imagined. Then we were interrupted by trick-or-treaters. But afterwards, I showed my dad the photo. I saw tears well up in his eyes. I was completely confused, wondering what the heck was going on. And that's when they finally told me the truth. The man with the eye patch, the homeless man who grabbed me, was my biological father. All three of them had been friends, best friends in high school. But at some point, my biological dad got heavy into drugs, started showing signs of severe mental illness. He became abusive, and when my mom found out that she was pregnant, she'd already stopped seeing him after he tried to strangle her while driving on the freeway. The man who raised me, Jerry, he had stepped in. He was loyal to my mom and helped her escape the toxic relationship, even moving to Wyoming. Over time, their friendship blossomed into love, and he took on the role of my father without hesitation. When I was a kid, my mom worked as an ICU nurse. My dad was in the Navy, so I spent a lot of time coloring at the charge nurse's desk when we couldn't find a babysitter. The charge nurse was named Debbie, and she was always very understanding about our situation. She and my mom became close friends over the years that they worked together. Of course, everyone loved Debbie. People say that she was the sweetest woman to ever walk the earth, that the way she cared for her patients was inspiring. She treated them like family, and when she lost one, she retreated to a faraway corner to cry her eyes out. If someone didn't have visitors for whatever reason, she would sit with them on her breaks and stay after her shift. She worked at the hospital for 32 years, even after she was diagnosed with cancer in '93. When she physically couldn't keep going, they fixed her up in the hospital, and all the nurses took turns visiting her. Coworkers and patients were the only family she had left, and they wanted to make sure she wasn't alone in the end. A few weeks after she passed, a mother came into the ICU with her 2 children. They'd been in a car wreck and had all received severe injuries. Sadly, neither of the kids survived. When the mother woke from surgery and learned the news, my mom and one of the other nurses retreated to the crying corner. As they got close, they could hear someone else was already there, sobbing. It sounded just like Debbie. But when they made it to the spot, no one was there. It was basically a supply closet without a door. There was no other way out, yet the room was empty. My mom said she's seen too many things not to believe in ghosts, so that was enough for her to be certain that Debbie's spirit was still with them. But her friend and the other nurses would need more convincing. Over the next 2 years, almost every doctor and nurse heard the crying at least once. It happened every time a particularly tragic death occurred, and, well, it was a hospital, so we're talking about not a rare occurrence. I wish I knew what's been happening in more recent years, but that's when we moved away. There wasn't much in the way of social media at the time, but then, if you moved across the country, you just never saw your old friends again. Strange concept, I know. Well, whatever happened there, I hope Debbie's at peace. When I was 8 or 9, I went over to my friend's house to fool around for a few hours before a Halloween party, which we were going to be going together. In their backyard, his sister came up to me and asked where their dog was. They had a black chow chow, who was very docile. He was around 4 years old, but bigger than me. I showed her to the dog, and he was chewing on a bone. And then I made a huge mistake. I pointed to the dog, and in a split second, he went from chewing on the bone to chewing on my arm. I tried to run, but he had a vice grip on my arm. Eventually, he did let go. At the time, my friend's parents weren't home either, so his sister had to call 911. They ran inside and left me outside in the backyard with the dog, circling and growling at me. The maid came running outside, threw a chair at the dog, which made him back off. While sitting there, I felt strange. There was no pain. There was a ton of adrenaline in my system, but I just sort of felt at ease. I started to reflect on what had just happened. There was a lot of white stuff that looked like whipped cream, tissue, oozing from my wounds, and there was a ton of blood. Blood was everywhere, stained the concrete, the grass. Everyone was crying too. Paramedics arrived, and really, everything up until the ER was a blur. I had 6 cuts, 3 cuts on the inside and 3 on the outside of my forearm, 4 stitches for 2 cuts and 1 for 1, vice versa. More than 10 stitches for the inside of my arm, the muscle and whatnot. There were 20 or so stitches in total. The doc said that I was lucky to still have my arm, as the dog's mouth was just the right size that it missed several vital veins and arteries. It was very traumatic, but thankfully it didn't ruin our relationship. Funnily enough, I was back at his house a few weeks later, petting the dog again, with a lot more caution. I think it's safe to say that we didn't go to the party later that night. I was posted in a primary health care center with a fellow senior doctor. It was our night shift, and he had started to tell me stories of the time when he was doing autopsies in the same hospital. He was shifted to primary health care because he couldn't deal with the trauma that came later. He said that not all autopsies led to hauntings, but it was people who had killed themselves or cases of assault where the death was unnatural. It were these cases that led to some of the most disturbing paranormal activities. One such case he narrated that night was of a woman, mid-20s. She was first assaulted and strangled, and later her body was thrown in the well by her in-laws. Such incidents are common in rural areas of India. They hoped to escape the charges, but after thorough examination of her lungs by my colleague, the senior doctor, who had done her autopsy, it was obvious that she was killed first and drowned later. The in-laws of this woman tried to pay a hefty amount to him so as to escape the charges, but he refused. After that incident, he said that he often saw the woman, wet hair, bulging eyes, naked with a pale body, often sitting by his bedside, just looking at him. He said it wasn't sleep paralysis. He was shattered with fear one more time as he was combing his hair in the bathroom mirror and saw the same woman just peeking at him through the door. Only her eyes and her wet hair were visible through the mirror. It became so traumatic that he left that part of his profession completely, even though he was getting paid a lot for that job. He said he doesn't ever wish to go back. And the fact that it was the same hospital where I'm working right now, kinda creepy, not gonna lie. When I was 17, my dad was the manager of a movie theater, and I worked for him during my summer break. This was back in the 80s when people still got paper checks, and I would sometimes hand them out. During my first time doing this, I had one left over. It was for an old man that retired the previous week, and he had had some health problems. So Dad asked me to run it by the guy's house to save him the bus trip. It got me off work a little early, and he lived close by, so that was fine with me. I got there and knocked on each door for a solid 5 minutes, but no one answered. I had to drive back up the road to call my dad from a payphone, just to ask if I could leave it in the mailbox instead. He didn't like that idea very much and insisted that the man was definitely home, but probably asleep. I really wasn't happy about the prospect of knocking on this guy's windows, but my dad is a hard man to argue with. So I hurried back to get it over with. I tried the doors again first, just in case, but still had no luck. Made my way to the backyard. Upon identifying the window supposedly belonging to the bedroom, I pressed my face to the glass and began tapping lightly, but stopped abruptly when 2 cats bolted away at the sound. They had been crouched over something, but it took a moment for my eyes to recognize the bulky shape on the floor as a person. I could only see him from the waist down. He wasn't moving. Thinking he must have fallen recently, I tried the window, and it opened easily beneath my hands. That's when the smell hit me. There's nothing in the world like it. It's kind of sweet, but rotten at the same time, and I mean sweet in the worst way possible, for sure. Using my shirt to cover my mouth and nose, I stuck my head in just far enough to confirm what I already knew. The old man was dead. But not only that, the cats had begun eating away at his face. His lips, nose, and ears, they'd been gnawed away to the bone. I couldn't get away fast enough, slamming the window shut. I raced back to the payphone to call the police, and then my dad. He got there a few minutes after the ambulance, and I went home. I had seen and smelled more than enough for a lifetime. We later learned that the man died of a stroke, either the same night or the morning after his retirement gathering, so he'd been there for a solid 6 days. His cats had one of those automatic feeders and water bowls, so they probably had food for the first couple of days, but once they ran out, well, I had nightmares that whole summer, and even though it's been nearly 40 years now, I still remember that smell and the look of his disfigured face, like it was yesterday. I'll tell you what, though, Dad never sent me to another employee's house again, and these days, I don't show up anywhere without calling first. I don't even know how to start this story. Honestly, it's so fresh, some of you have probably even seen it on the local news if you're in Cali. I work in Wasco, California, doing construction near the transportation center. Well, yesterday, Friday, the workday took a pretty horrific turn. There was word that there'd been a fatality at the Amtrak rail station on the tracks, which was basically where we were working. This isn't entirely uncommon, but it's not exactly good news to hear. Well, around roughly the same time as hearing about the train accident, my attention is drawn to a man in the distance as my coworker waves me and another guy over. This man was roughly 30 yards away, wearing a bright-colored shirt, hunched over, and for several moments we stared at this man. Why were we looking at him? I couldn't quite figure it out at first, but he did look out of place, and then my coworker says, "Pretty sure he's eating something." I'm color deficient, so sometimes browns and reds can look pretty similar, especially at that distance. So what I initially mistook for dirt or mud was actually blood. He was covered in it, but worst of all, he was holding and yes, eating something that was also bloody. I'm not drawing this out for dramatics. It truly wasn't clearly visible based on how this guy was standing, until it was. The man turned around, facing almost entirely in our direction, still hunched over, and indeed eating something. He was gnawing on a human leg. I think we all had the same realization at the same time. One of the guys runs and grabs our supervisor. Meanwhile, I almost still cannot believe what I'm actually seeing. I'm looking back and forth between the man and my coworker's status in retrieving our supervisor, when I see the man is now waving the leg in the air above his head. He appears to be triumphant, presenting it more like a trophy than another human's leg. I officially walked away as my supervisor arrived, and I spent the next 45 minutes on the verge of puking. We learned from the police investigation and the news crew that the two incidents were related: the fatal train accident and the man eating someone's leg. He had stolen the leg from the accident site, likely well before the police showed up, and just walked away with it. Absolutely insane. Needless to say, we didn't get a lot of work done that day. Almost the entire crew had witnessed the event, and that took up the better part of Friday. Fuck. I'm still in shock, I think. For sure I had to work this out in writing. Update. Wow, a lot of people have heard about this story already. I guess it is like the craziest thing a lot of people have heard in a while. Just to answer a couple of questions. 1. No, I didn't know this cannibal guy. I know the news said that he was a local homeless man, but I just work in Wasco. I don't live there, so I'm unsure how much of a regular he is or isn't. Either way, based on what people were saying who did know him and what I witnessed on Friday, I think it's safe to say that he's got some mental issues and likely should get some sort of help for that before being released. I'm no lawyer, but I'm sure someone could get creative and think up a charge with something other than removing evidence, but who knows? 2. No, I was not the man on the news. I know the man on the news, and yes, he was a fellow witness. 3. No, I don't have any footage. Like, what the fuck? I didn't even think to grab my phone. 4. Yes, it was eventually obvious what he had was a human leg. No, I didn't puke, but I kind of feel like it just about every time I hear this story repeated on the news, or even when I read my own. So who knows how long I'll keep this up. Thanks, honestly, though, to anyone who read it. About 15 years ago, I was basically my parents' live-in nurse. One night, a couple of days before Halloween, I'm in my bedroom, and I hear my dad's pained wail type of scream. He had phantom pains from losing his leg, and they could get pretty intense at times. I heard it clear as day. It was louder than usual, but it was definitely the 10 out of 10 super bad phantom pain scream. I bolt up, run down the hall to my parents' bedroom. Empty. I look through the house and find them both watching TV in the living room. My dad looks perfectly fine. I asked if he screamed. He said he didn't, and neither of them heard anything. The TV wasn't loud enough to hear from across the house. Plus, they weren't watching anything that would have a scream like that. I think they were watching White Christmas. And the scream, it sounded almost like it was right next to me at the time. They swore up and down they didn't hear anything. That's probably the creepiest thing I'd ever experienced around Halloween. I've been wanting to share my experiences while working at a nursing home several years ago. I'd been employed at that place for several years, but up until my last few weeks working there, I had never believed in anything paranormal. Even working in the nursing field in general, I'd never experienced anything I couldn't explain. The scares that I'd had up to that point were real-life ones. I always liked scary movies, sure, but I wouldn't consider myself a believer by any means. But after my work at the facility, I started to question everything a little bit. I remember the first time I felt something. It was an evening shift, a Tuesday evening. I remember that because it was my earliest shift of the week, and it would end up being a pretty eventful week. My shift had just begun, and the atmosphere was unusually heavy. It could have been the gloomy, rainy weather. It could have been the various patients that were ill. But as I walked down the dimly lit hallway, I felt the need to enter a resident's room. As I entered Miss Baker's room, I noticed a flickering light. Of course, it was casting an eerie shadow on the wall, which that was hard to ignore. But the temperature, it also seemed to have plummeted. Had Mrs. Baker noticed that as well? I heard what I thought was her faint whisper echo through the room. I couldn't make out the words, but the voice seemed desperate, maybe pleading. Perhaps Miss Baker had felt the cold. I turned to grab her some blankets and adjusted the light near her bed. I apologized for the temperature, told her I'd figure out a way to turn the heat up. But she was confused. She hadn't been cold. She felt a breeze now and then, but she was perfectly comfortable. Not entirely satisfied, I asked if she needed anything or if she'd said something I might have missed. She assured me she was fine, ready for bed, in fact. I tried to dismiss the whispers as my imagination, but that uneasy feeling managed to persist regardless. Over the next few nights, the activity, if you will, escalated. These small but strange occurrences became a nightly routine, some nights coming home to a sleepless night, and filled with stress and anxiety, even though I didn't know why. Doors at the facility seemed to creak open and shut on their own, specifically near Miss Baker's room. I didn't like the lights flickering, especially because it seemed like they were flickering wherever I was, or while I was walking under them. Maintenance said they'd check it out, and I even saw a couple of bulbs being changed. Over the next few nights, though, the lights continued to flicker, and only a few nurses seemed to notice them, always when they were around me or nurses around Miss Baker's room. There was more than just the lights to worry about. The sounds of footsteps echoing in the hallways, even if I was the only one there. They were different from standard footsteps that I'd hear down the halls. These felt distant yet close. Arguably, the most upsetting part were the whispers. Those seemed to follow me wherever I went that week, growing a bit louder, more frequent with each night. They were unintelligible, practically gibberish, but I could sense that they were filled with some sort of pain. It was as if something since past were desperately trying to communicate with anything living, and anything being me. I confided in my coworker and friend SARA, finally, hoping that she'd have some rational explanation. To my surprise, she nodded rather curiously and shared her own experiences with the paranormal. Apparently, she'd experienced similar phenomena, but in the basement while doing laundry. There were flickering lights accompanied by whispers, dismissing them at first, but eventually deciding she wasn't imagining these things. But like me, she wasn't sure what to do. We both kind of felt terrified, but admitted that it felt good not to be alone. Though we were unsure of what exactly was happening, or how to stop it from happening to us. What I found most intriguing about my interaction with SARA was that the events she'd experienced were all during the same week. She'd only been there a year, but still, just like me, she'd never experienced anything before. Not like this. She even agreed things seemed to be intensifying each night. So, in search of answers, we delved into the history of the nursing home. Nothing terribly interesting there, though. Since being built in 1945, it had been a city hall building, a library. But since 1989, it had been the nursing home that it is today. Well, it was in 2017. Not sure if it still actually stands. Regardless, our online search yielded no answers. One night, we cautiously explored the basement. It's where SARA had most of her experiences. While there, we stumbled upon a hidden room of sorts. It almost looked like a floor-length window, but it instead opened to a very small room filled with several filing cabinets. Inside, we discovered old medical records, newspaper clippings, photographs. We expected to uncover some sort of dark past or truth, but for the most part, it looked like archived items that couldn't be stored elsewhere due to space. However, we'd spent our lunch down there, and there were a few records that stood out to us. Ones where residents or patients reported feeling like they couldn't breathe, that something was keeping them awake at night. Some described feeling agonizing pain while sleeping, causing them to wake up and feel as though something heavy was holding them down. It wasn't just one or two. We found records with these reports dating all the way back from 89 to 99. We figured that there had to be more, but realized they stopped there, and the remaining records were likely stored securely upstairs. Armed with some strange newfound knowledge, we decided that to confront this so-called spirit head-on would be reckless. So, we acknowledged the sufferings described in the patient's charts, but decided that maybe it was best to leave it alone. After all, our residents all seemed to be fine. No one complained about such things. Best not to rock the boat, we agreed. Over the next few days, the paranormal activity continued, but it gradually subsided after that week. I still don't really know why. It's not like we could totally ignore it. But I remember I kept a close eye on Miss Baker. She continued to be fine and unbothered, though, which was good. The whispers grew fainter. Our electricity seemed to repair itself, or someone may have actually repaired that. I'm not really sure. Sarah and I continued to talk about the events for as long as I can remember. I stopped working there in 2017, but I still talk to her regularly. I told her I was going to share this story, and she said she couldn't wait to hear it be retold. She was always a tad braver than I was when it came to this whole thing. I still can't fully comprehend the events that unfolded there, but I guess it's safe to say I believe in ghosts. I guess I'm just gonna dive straight into this one. At 10, my grandmother took me away from my mother because both of my parents were addicts. They'd split up and gotten back together a few times when I was younger, but Dad spent most of my life in prison, and now that he's out, his brain is so fried that he doesn't even remember who I am. My mom married another addict, and they actually got sober when I was about 16. Her husband stayed clean, but she fell off the wagon after about 6 months. My entire adult life consisted of her getting sober to con her way into my life and then robbing me blind before disappearing again. I fell for it every time, but I'm not going to make excuses. I was just naive. Well, now I'm 30, and I just had to scatter her ashes at her favorite lake. Back in December, she got pneumonia, and thanks to a lifetime of heavy drug abuse, her immune system was completely shot. Her health declined rapidly, and it was soon clear she wasn't going to make it. Eventually, she fell into a coma, and it was left on me to end her life support. As difficult as that was, everything was made so much worse by the fact that I was completely alone for the entire process. My mom burned every bridge she'd ever made. Even her sister refused to come. The confession happened just a few hours before she slipped into a coma. She was telling me how sorry she was for everything, all the usual stuff. Then she got really serious and straight up admitted, "I killed that girl in '96. I knew what she was talking about right away. My parents would often get back together for a short period of time when Dad got out of jail, but this incident was the last time they ever spoke. I don't personally remember many parts of it, but I've grown up hearing the story and accusations from all sides. It had a big impact on our lives. Somehow, Mom found out that Dad was seeing another woman, someone that they were partying with and buying drugs from. She got him really drunk and high before confronting him, so it turned into a huge fight during which Dad said that he was going to leave her for the other woman. I'll just call her Vicky. It didn't take long for the fight to turn physical. Dad broke Mom's nose, and she hit him with something right back. It ended with both of them bleeding, but Dad was also unconscious. Mom drove to Vicky's house and pretended like she wanted to buy more drugs and hang out. They took turns shooting each other up. but my mom gave her way too much. Vicky immediately knew what happened, but by then it was already too late. Mom stayed and laughed at the woman while she went into convulsions and passed away. Then she drove home and went to bed. The next morning, Dad woke up alone on the couch, right where he had passed out, and remembered enough of the night and the fight to know he needed to warn Vicky. Mom was asleep, so he wasn't too worried yet. First, he tried to call Vicky, but she didn't answer. He decided to drive over. It was when he actually got into the car that he noticed the seat had been moved and began to get nervous. Then he got to her house and found the door unlocked. That's when he knew. As a rule, drug dealers don't generally leave their doors unlocked. Sure enough, Vicky was dead. He told paramedics and the police that he thought it was murder, but they knew exactly who he and the woman were. It was ruled an accidental overdose, with essentially no investigation. And that was the end of it. But Dad told everyone who would listen that Mom murdered Vicky. Mom, of course, denied everything and said that Dad was out of his mind. I always knew my mom was a bad person, but I never believed she was a murderer until I heard it from her own mouth. For so many years, she tried to gaslight Dad into thinking he was crazy, but all that time, she actually was guilty. I wish I would have listened. His drug use got so much worse after that. It was only a few months later that he went away on a 15-year sentence. And now, he doesn't even remember who Mom was, let alone Vicky. So yeah, that's my deathbed confession story. Thank you for sharing it. It's amazing how much this kind of stuff actually happens when drugs are involved. But it's just another prime example of why you should never try meth, not even once. On New Year's Eve 2019, my friends Lacey, Mason, and I decided to have a night out. It was only the second year that we'd been able to do so legally, and we wanted to make the best of it. In retrospect, I'm pretty glad about that, I guess. We started at a small, low-key bar where we knew the bartender. They gladly kept our glasses full as we tossed around ideas as to where the night could take us. Eventually, our drunken hunger led us to a nearby cafe. It was in a less reputable part of town, but Mason swore they had the best biscuits and gravy plus Bloody Marys, so we decided, what the hell, let's do it. He was right, the food was bomb, and we ended up sticking around even longer to drink a few of those bloodies. We decided that we needed to get our asses up and out of there or we wouldn't make it past midnight, so eventually Lacey worked on finding us a lift, while Mason and I paid for everything. Then we all headed for the exit. As we made our way towards the door, I noticed a super suspicious-looking man lurking near the bathrooms, which was by the entrance. He had a messy, chaotic presence, wearing an open hoodie with no shirt underneath. He also had on a shabby pair of dirty jeans. It seemed like he was watching us, taking note of our inebriated state. Mostly, his attention was focused on Lacey, and I didn't like that. A wave of unease washed over me, but I realized it wasn't just me. Everyone else seemed to be looking at the man now, which prompted us to hasten our steps to the side of the building where our Lyft driver was waiting. To our dismay, the shady dude began following us from a small distance, about 10 feet away. We sensed it wasn't for any good reason, but within seconds, he reached out for Lacey and managed to grab her arm. Mason tells the guy to fuck off, to which the man lets go of Lacey's arm, but only after leaving clear, visible claw marks on it. Then, he barks in Mason's face, pushing him away. We grab Mason and waste no more time, quickly entering the lift and locking the doors before even greeting the driver. We hurriedly informed him of our names, urging him to drive away from the crazy stranger barking outside of his car. As our Lyft car pulled away from the parking lot, I couldn't resist glancing at the dude one more time. My heart skipped a beat when I noticed that he was now sporting a single glove on his right hand, holding something shiny, waving it, hinting at the possibility that he might have been armed with a gun or a knife. Then the man stood on the other side of a bush, silently observing our departure, or waiting for another unsuspecting victim. We really didn't know. We decided to report the incident to the restaurant. Through hindsight, we should have contacted the police that night to ensure everyone's safety. But we were just happy to get out of there. Later on, we took it upon ourselves to file a report with the police based on the advice we received. I provided them with all the details that I could recall, including my contact information. Everyone else did the same. The police assured us that they'd reach out if they needed anything else, and they never did. Reflecting on the encounter, I want to clarify that my mention of the man potentially carrying a weapon, it was based on the observation of the single glove on his right hand. He hadn't had that before, and the object, which clearly he'd had concealed before. His other hand remained gloveless and clearly visible. I don't know. I guess it doesn't matter, but if you do go out this New Year's Eve, or any time, I guess, just be safe, and remember, there's power in numbers, that's for sure. I used to hitchhike all the time back in my hippie days. One time in Nebraska, I got picked up by this clean-cut white guy in a Mustang. Gary was cool, and we were getting along. 15 minutes into the ride, a cop got behind us and Gary got nervous. Beads of sweat began running down his temples. I made a joke like, "Hey man, you got warrants or something?" He said it was, or something, and that made me nervous. Sure, the cop hit his lights, but instead of slowing down, Gary floors it. The high-speed chase lasted 8 minutes until one of the officers got us with a pit maneuver. We spun into a ditch, and Gary tried to run. So I got to watch a canine take him down. It turns out there was a dead woman in the trunk. He tortured her for 3 days and was trying to dispose of the body. He only picked me up because he hoped to look less suspicious with another person in the car. This is a real story that happened to me back on New Year's Eve 2009. I was 13 years old, and me and my family, my mom, my dad, my little sister, we were leaving an event at the Christian Center in the Hilltop neighborhood of Tacoma. My mom was in the driver's seat, Dad sitting in the passenger. I'm sitting behind Dad, and my sister's asleep in her car seat next to me. The church traffic had all dispersed by the time we'd left because my mom volunteered us to help clean up and put away chairs after the event ended that night. The road we take to leave has 4 lanes, 2 for each direction. The right lane will eventually become a turn-only lane into a dead-end cul-de-sac, while the others continue straight. My mom was driving in the right lane, but a sudden influx of traffic didn't allow her to merge to the left lane. So she flipped on her blinker and turned right. Then she took another right down another neighborhood street that stopped at a dead end. There were a group of teenagers at the far end of the road. We can see them lighting off fireworks. My mom pumped the brakes and began to cautiously drive towards them. In order to leave this neighborhood, the only turnaround is at the end of the block, where the kids are. We approach at a snail's speed, and while I can't see the road, I can hear the fireworks growing louder. I plug my ears, but a pop that's brightness filled the car also had an explosion loud enough to wake up my sister. She started to cry, and I thought the right thing to do would be to shield her ears instead of mine. The constant sound and the feel of the fireworks going off by our car was startling, each one that blew up. It lit the interior of the car like a flashbang, and it hurt my eyes. My dad closed the air vents because they started sucking in the smell of firework smoke. My mom was steering the car counterclockwise around the loop. From the back passenger window, I could see 2 groups of people. one on the outside of my window, and then a smaller group, around 6 kids, that chose to stay in the middle of the street when the crowd parted for our car. This group of 6 was in the center, all still lighting off fireworks next to our car, almost as if they were trying to antagonize the vehicle's occupants into a confrontation. While this is happening out the left side of the window, from the right side, one guy approached the car. My dad saw this and locked the doors. Thankfully, the guy didn't even try for the handles. Instead, when he got to the car, he cupped his hands above his eyes. The metal of his watch clinked against the glass when he tried looking into the tinted windows on the front side passenger. Inside the car, everything happening around us is overwhelming to the senses. My mom was doing her best to navigate this right turnaround and not hit one of the many kids or cars parked in the loop. The guy who came up looking in the windows leans off to the side of the car, communicates to the group that he doesn't know who's in the car. I can hear the others outside also questioning one another on if they've noticed the suspiciously slow rate in which we're driving through. My dad tells my mom to speed up a little, but she ignores him. If the cul-de-sac was a clock, we would have entered at 6 and crawled our way backward around a guy that approached our car when we were close to 10 on this hypothetical diagram. My dad talks about speeding up at about the 9 mark. When our car gets to a hypothetical 7, we're almost out of the loop. My hands are still over my little sister's ears, and I'm periodically leaning over so that she could see me, and the act of doing this, I believe, saved my life. When our car got closer to the exit, everyone's attention had been focused straight out the front windshield. So I get my head down close to my little sister's, quietly reassure her that we're almost out of there. She was 2 at the time, and the sound of a bottle rocket igniting had quickly sent her into tears again. I stayed hunched over her, whispering, trying to soften her cries, but right after the bottle rocket hissed into the sky, there was a round of 6 back-to-back booms, louder than any of the others. It's so loud, the window next to me completely shatters. The glass that didn't fly into my hair falls into a pile in the seat that I'm buckled into. Almost right after my window disintegrated, the rear windshield behind me shattered into a million pieces. My ears were ringing and I had no clue what was going on. In this shock, the only thing I knew to do was stay over my sister. My parents were yelling in the front seat, but I couldn't hear everything they were saying, and then I felt my body get pulled back into my seat. Our car engine revved loudly, and a cold wind began rushing into the back seat through the open area where my window used to be. As my mom retraced our way back to the main roads, she slid into some cars out of the neighborhood, but none were enough to slow her down. When the noise of the fireworks and the crowd were gone, my mom frantically starts asking if everyone's all right. Me and my sister are okay. My legs were cut up from some of the broken glass, but none of it landed on my sister. My mom starts typing in directions to the closest emergency room. Typing on the GPS, she asks again, directing the question at my dad. "William, are you all right?" His breathing was labored. It sounded like he was in pain when he took a breath to reply. He tells my mom no. It feels like a hot poker was stabbed into his shoulder blade. My mom releases the death grip that she'd had on the steering wheel, and the knuckles in her fingers crack when she reaches over to feel around his back. Her hand is reeled back in horror, and as my dad let out a low grunt filled with agony, the palm of her hand was wet with blood, and the back of my dad's shirt was soaked. Both hands on the wheel, my mom's again white-knuckling it to Tacoma General. When we got to the emergency room, my mom unbuckled her seatbelt, ran inside screaming for assistance. The keys are still in the ignition, and it sits diagonal and idle in the patient drop-off while the doctors run a stretcher out to the car and drag my dad onto it. Every little moment from his chair to the gurney makes him scream out in pain. Then he, the doctors, and my mom all run inside, with me and my sister being left alone in the car until my mom comes back out to get us and repark the car. When she gets in, I ask what happened to Dad. My legs were lacerated and bloody from the broken glass, and that's what I thought had happened to him. It wasn't, though. My dad was bleeding a lot more than my cuts were. His blood hadn't soaked his favorite Sonics t-shirt by way of glass cuts. His blood was coming from a bullet wound. The bullet chipped his collarbone and broke a rib before it slowed down 2 centimeters from his lung. We all sat quietly in the waiting room, my legs swinging nervously. The reality of what had just happened hadn't fully sunk in yet, but the image of my dad's bloodied body, it replayed over and over in my head. Finally, after what seemed like the whole day, my mom returned from the trauma unit. Her face was pale and her hands were shaking, but she also looked relieved. "He's going to be okay," she said, her voice cracking. "They stopped the bleeding. They're monitoring him now. The doctors say he's really lucky." Hearing that, it made some sort of tension in my chest loosen up a bit. My dad wasn't out of the woods yet, but he was alive. When we were finally able to see him later, my dad sat up in his hospital bed looking weaker than I'd ever seen him look. But he managed a faint smile as we entered. He took a shallow breath, winced, and gave us a nod. "I'll be fine," he said hoarsely. "We're all fine. That's what matters." And he was right. We were fine, but we weren't the same. Something about that day changed us all a little bit. In the weeks and months that followed, my dad worked hard to recover physically, but the mental scars were harder to heal. We struggled. The sound of a car backfiring or a sudden loud noise would send us into a panic. None of us could look at an emergency room without our stomachs turning. That day left some scars, some visible, some invisible, but it also left us with a fierce gratitude for the second chance we were given. Life would never be exactly the same, but we were alive and we had each other, and for that, I'm still thankful. I work at a country gas station on a busy highway. Our customers are the people who commute to and from the city for work. Every morning they come in wanting their coffee and biscuits before filling their tanks, and most of them stop for a snack and energy drink in the evening. We get truckers and the random passerbys throughout the day, but those morning and evening rushes are what keep the lights on. Most of the time, it's about the most routine, boring job you can have, unless there's a tornado. I'm in Louisiana. It rains a lot here, and we're known to throw epic hurricane parties. But tornadoes are a pretty rare occurrence for us. During my 35-year lifetime, there's only been 3 in my area, and the first 2 were so far on the other side of town, I didn't even know it was happening until I saw the pictures later. But the third one, that sucker came straight for me. It was a Friday, and I was working with my boss, Ted, and 2 others, Linda and Robbie. We knew the weather was supposed to get rough after lunch, but it was nothing we were concerned about. It was gloomy out, and the rain started just after lunch. The wind was blowing, and the occasional bolt of lightning flashed through the sky. But then it got dark. It looked like the sun was setting, yet it was barely 1 p.m. Then the temperature dropped. It was probably only a few degrees, but you could instantly feel the difference. That was about the time our phones started getting tornado warning alerts. Though actual twisters are rare for us, the warnings are just as uncommon. Every so often, one will be attached to a severe thunderstorm notification. But we're so used to them being false alarms that we don't take them very seriously. But when we looked outside, we all knew this was different. The sky turned downright sinister. I don't think I've ever seen the clouds so close to truly being black. The rain turned to hail. The wind was blowing so hard, It ripped the door from Ted's hand. Robbie stepped outside and lost his hat, as in literally lost it. It blew off of his head and kept on going. When he started to chase after it, Ted grabbed his arm and pulled him back inside. We could actually see the tornado forming in the distance. It dropped down before our very eyes, and it was coming straight for us. Because it was so far down the highway, Linda wanted to jump in her car and try to outrun it, but Ted knew there wasn't enough time to outrun this thing. Ted hollers for all of us to file inside, into the walk-in cooler. At first, Robbie, Linda, and I tried to reason that leaving was the best way. But before we could finish our argument, the tornado was even closer. We definitely didn't have time. As we barricaded ourselves within the cold walk-in, we braced ourselves as a loud rumble got closer and closer to where we were. The rumble was soon accompanied by sounds of thrashing metal, the crashing and cracking of wood, and all of the goods from the store being thrown around, and who knows what else. I've never been in an earthquake, but the way we shook inside that walk-in, it felt like the earth was moving beneath us. Only it wasn't the earth that was moving. It was us. The walk-in was practically being lifted and dropped back down. Small movements, not enough to move us physically up and down, just enough to knock things off the shelves. I could hear Linda whimpering each time it happened. For all of 5 minutes, it just sounded like total destruction was taking place, and in that time, the power completely went out. I think that was the scariest part. I wasn't even paying attention to the racket outside anymore. There was enough going on inside to keep me distracted. With the power out, we could no longer see each other or the items falling off the shelves and onto us. I know at one point I stood up and I cradled my head with my arms, trying to block anything from hitting my head or face. But I could feel coagulated gravy under my feet. It must have been one of the various things to fly off the shelves, and it now covered the ground, making it slippery and impossible to keep balanced. At one point, a heavy plastic container of what I can only assume held potatoes came tumbling down, the corner of the bin smashing one of my fingers, but luckily, not my head. I heard Robbie shriek in pain, but I couldn't see a damn thing. I called out asking if everyone was all right. Ted, Linda, they each gave me a response to indicate that they were conscious. So I told them to cover their heads, hoping they already were, but couldn't be sure. My eyes were tightly shut for what felt like forever, but soon, and I mean, it couldn't have been more than 10 minutes after it all started, everything was scary quiet. There was no wind, no rain, no sound of flying debris. There was only the sound of our own breathing, which by this time was pretty heavy. We stayed in that walk-in until it got too hot to handle. Ted was the first one out. It took all of us to get the door opened, but eventually we broke through the debris on the other side, and as soon as he walked through to the other side, he gasped. The rest of us shuffled out quickly behind him, and involuntarily did just the same. Truly, we couldn't believe what we saw. Nothing. The entire store, which housed the walk-in cooler, was gone. Not just the roof, not just the walls, but everything had been completely gutted. The goods on the shelves, the register, the coolers, all of it was thrown into various piles of unrecognizable junk. Our cars had been completely flipped around, no longer in their designated spots behind the building that no longer stood. We aren't even sure to this day where the little motorbike ended up. The only thing still standing, practically untouched, was the walk-in. By God's good graces, and probably Ted's good thinking, we survived against all odds. Eventually, Linda remembered she'd taken a bag into the cooler, filled with our cell phones. I grabbed my cell phone from the bag and called emergency services, while she poured over the damage with Ted and Robbie. As I waited to get through, I remember thinking it was odd we hadn't heard a single siren throughout the ordeal or since it ended. When someone answered and I explained our location, the woman on the line was shocked. It was clear that they had assumed there were no survivors in the area. especially no one from the store, which was no longer standing. It wasn't immediate, but soon enough we heard the sound of something that's usually not so sweet, the sound of sirens. The store was a total loss, and there'd be a lot of rebuilding to do, but at least we were alive. Every year at the end of May, the family decides on a vacation destination. A few years ago, we planned our trip to the Grand Canyon. It was going to be 3 days of camping, hiking, and outdoor adventures with my daughter, Peyton, who was 6. She's a girly girl, and most of what she'd packed in her suitcase were princess dresses and Barbies. She was horrified when I showed her the big, cumbersome hiking boots that she'd be wearing most likely the whole trip, as opposed to her plastic Beauty and the Beast slippers that she'd wear religiously around the house. We also couldn't leave without her packing her pink Barbie Jeep. Thankfully, we've got a big enough SUV, but loading and unloading was a nightmare in itself, but I won't bother you with the details of that. Let's just say by the time we got to our campground, the 6-hour trip had worn on all of our patience. As me and Casey set up the tents, Peyton was exploring off the beaten path in her Jeep. Our campground was mostly flat and rocky, with trees scattered about every couple of feet. The terrain felt like a desert, and the few trees scattered about didn't bring any needed shade. Later in the afternoon, we're getting the fire started, and Peyton runs up to us with a huge smile on her face. In a burst of giddy excitement, she tells us that she's seen a beautiful blue fairy dancing by the trees. Her nose scrunches up, and she says she's going to try to catch it. Casey and I share a laugh at our dusty princess and her fun imagination. Peyton's grown up in the city. Our confined location means that we have to get creative with our resources to have a good time. Out camping, she was free to run wild. I got out her butterfly net from our gear bag, and I told her not to go too far. With determination in her heart, she grabs the net, hops back into her Jeep, and speeds off, kicking up rocks and dirt with her plastic tires. Honestly, it was a real cinematic moment. With the terrain being so level, she could get a couple 100 yards away with her still being within eyesight. Around that range, she stops her Jeep and begins searching for the elusive fairy she'd just seen. Net in hand, we watch her begin to stalk around the trees. We think she's going to be occupied with that hunt for a while. So Casey and I throw a few more logs on the fire and prepare some dinner. We bought a little grated cooking top that we could put directly over the fire and started cooking up some burger patties. We're sitting in our lawn chairs. I'm having a beer and the food is about to be done on the fire. And Casey's keeping us cool by spritzing the air with an iced water spray bottle. In the distance, she sees the Barbie Jeep making its way towards us. She tells me Peyton's coming back. Then Casey says, it looks like she caught something too. I look and I see Peyton. She has the pedal to the metal, with the butterfly net held above her head in a victorious pose. I'm running the grill, so Casey's the one who meets Peyton first when she arrives. I listen in on her story. She says, I saved the fairy from a giant spider. The fairy was flying away from me and tried hiding in a hole, but the big spider was in there. They both popped out of the hole. It looked like the spider was winning, so I kicked it to save the fairy. Then I got her with the net. Oh, my fearless little girl. The story is enough to make me leave the burgers and walk over to her and Casey and see the fairy that she saved. Even before digging into the net, I could see something hopping around. The sound of its fluttering wings reminded me of a moth, but louder. Peyton says, Look, Daddy, and opens the white mesh netting. It was unwise of me to then enthusiastically lean my head over the open net, because in retrospect, I knew a fairy wasn't going to be in that net. I don't know why I did it. As my grinning face eclipsed the hole of the butterfly net, it blocked the escape of the flying creature. Like seeing a rock hit your windshield, it moved too fast for my eyes to process, and it hit me in the face before I could move out of its way. When I throw my head back, my hands instinctively swipe at what's on my face. but before I can make contact with it, Peyton's fairy stings me on the left side of the cheek with a stinger large enough for me to feel its penetration. Then, within a blink, the worst searing pain I've ever felt in my entire life filled my face. It's to this day the most excruciating pain I've ever felt on any part of my body. I've been hit in the face with fists, baseballs, and even a bowling ball growing up. None of these, not even the bowling ball that literally caved my nasal cavity, nothing compared to the pain I felt that day. It was mind-numbing. All I could do was fall backwards and scream. It felt like someone heated a railroad spike until it was red hot, then started hammering it into my cheek. I can feel the venom working its way through my bloodstream. It radiates down my spine, and I can feel each of my muscles begin to constrict. My ears were ringing. I'd screamed the air out of my lungs, and in between me taking another breath, I could hear Peyton and Casey also screaming their lungs out and running around me. I can't move my neck. It's as if I'm paralyzed down to my shoulders. All I can do is kick my legs. It swells the whole left side of my face, and the stabbing pain continues to hit me full force. Minutes feel like hours, but as the torment slowly begins to recede, the ringing in my ears subsides, and I can hear Casey on the phone with emergency services. They're getting ready to send a helicopter out to airlift me to the hospital. But I waved at her not to do that. My left eye was swollen shut, and the pain was still throbbing, but I knew I wasn't dying. Casey would have to drive us all the way out of the canyon, but we didn't need an airlift. For a moment, though, I sure thought that I was dying. The sting area was red and left an ache for the remainder of the day. After this thing dropped me, Casey said that she soaked it with a spray bottle and wet its wings, then stomped it. When I got to see what actually got me, I was astonished. I'd never seen an insect this big in real life. I mean, I could understand how a 6-year-old could mistake this for a fairy. I know Peyton hadn't seen anything like this either. To give an idea of its size, do this. Open your hand and spread all 5 fingers as wide as possible. From the gap between your pointer and thumb to your pinky is how large it was. The curve of your hand is also how it was shaped. The blue fairy Peyton introduced us to was actually an insect, specifically a type of wasp called the tarantula hawk. I don't know who's more traumatized by this, honestly. Peyton hadn't really stopped talking about the time Daddy almost died at the Grand Canyon. But I'm still plagued with nightmares that I find their nest. They chase me until I wake up. I can still hear their heavy wings after I'm awake. My left cheek still has a red small dot that resembles a freckle where the venom destroyed cell tissue, scarring me. I thought I was going to die that day. I accidentally terrified Peyton away from her fantasy interest. I think a little bit of her still thinks that a fairy tried to murder me. In 8th grade, I used to babysit for my next-door neighbor sometimes after school. We lived in an apartment complex, and they were literally the door next to mine. We shared a wall and everything. The occupants were a single mother and her 6 or 7-year-old son, Adam, who only stayed with his mom every other week or weekend. Usually, I would pop over after school just as Mom was about to leave for work, and Adam would get dropped off by the bus. I'd spend about 4 hours watching him, or on Fridays I'd watch him for several hours, and sometimes fall asleep over there. As a 13-year-old, I wasn't incredibly observant of family dynamics, but I did notice that after doing this routine for most of my 8th grade year, I started seeing a man going in and out of the apartment. Originally, I thought maybe this was Adam's dad, but I was curious why I'd never seen him before. The next time I babysat, I learned that the man was Mom's boyfriend. I asked Adam if he liked the man, and he said, "Sure, he's nice." And he was right. The man was nice. And it was thanks to Mom's new boyfriend that my babysitting schedule dwindled a bit, and more mom time was made available. I thought that this was great for everyone. I would see them less and less, but every time I did, they looked really happy, especially Adam. Towards the end of the year, my schedule for babysitting became mainly Fridays. For a while, everything seemed really normal by the standards of a 13-year-old, until it wasn't. Remember how I said that we shared a wall? Well, this meant that we could hear everything above talking voices, and we could hear a lot of yelling. It was always during the times that Adam wasn't home, which I thought was a good thing and therefore didn't pay much attention to it. My parents are sort of mind-your-own-business sort of people. But on the same hand, my dad is very much someone who wouldn't tolerate hearing someone else in trouble. I'd often walk into the dining room or living room and see my dad sitting at the kitchen table, almost like he was trying to decipher what was going on, ready to act in an instant. Part of me didn't understand the big deal, but I didn't realize my parents were sort of shielding me from hearing most of it. Soon after all the fighting started, but before the end of the year, my parents told me they didn't want me babysitting for Allison anymore. I was pretty upset because, though I didn't see much of Allison herself, I really liked spending Friday nights with Adam. He was sort of like a little brother, and I always wanted a younger sibling. My parents offered minimal explanation, but I started to put together that it had to do with Adam's family, not Adam or me. Several weeks went by where I wasn't watching Adam. In fact, I hardly saw him, and I started to ask my parents why that was. However, they just told me that he must have been spending time with his dad. Then we stopped seeing the guy, the boyfriend, suddenly. No one asked what happened with the guy, but the apartment was quieter, and Adam was back to being there every other week. On a Friday, it was almost summer, Allison had asked my parents if I could watch Adam after school that day, just for a couple of hours. She was working her last shift, and her and Adam would be moving back to Spokane within the week. It was basically my last chance to see Adam, and with the dude out of the picture, my parents agreed. Why not one last hurrah? I was so excited I could hardly wait for school to get out that day, and I almost made it. It was the last 30 minutes of the last period of the day, and just as I was looking at the clock, a voice came over the intercom. The voice was naming a handful of students, requesting they report to the office immediately. There were strict instructions not to leave campus if our name had been called. I had no idea what was going on. Nothing like this had ever happened before, especially so close to the end of the day. I found myself walking towards the office with a group of people I soon recognized. They weren't all of my friends, but instead they were all my neighbors. Every kid whose name had been called was someone who lived in my apartment complex, and none of us had any idea what was going on. We all sat around a large table in the principal's office, a place I'd rarely seen the inside of. Even though I was sure I wasn't in trouble, I had a really bad feeling. I felt overly nervous, and I'd learned later I was experiencing anxiety, and what I'd have even later on, anxiety attacks. However, soon enough our vice principal was in the office with us and told us that there had been an incident at our apartment complex this afternoon. The details at this point were incredibly limited, but the gist of it was that the school was working with the police to determine when it was safe to release us. I should mention my school sat right next to my apartment complex, so we were a group of kids who usually walked to and from school. Slowly, over the next hour, kids' parents were picking them up, and others were given the okay to walk home. Soon it was just myself and my downstairs neighbors, Martin and his little brother Christian, who were left behind. My parents usually didn't come home until about an hour after I was done with school, so I was used to walking home and being alone or going straight to Allison and Adam's, same with Martin and his brother, as we'd usually walk home together. But for some reason, today, the school wouldn't release us until our parents could pick us up. We still had no idea what was going on. It would stay that way for a while, until finally my dad came to pick me up. But we didn't go straight home. Instead, my dad took me to Starbucks and ordered me a Frappuccino. He never did this. I knew something was up. We parked, and he explained to me that our floor was currently a crime scene, that our family was okay, but that our apartment was currently off limits to the police. He reiterated that our family was okay, but that Allison's family, Adam's family, they weren't okay. He said we were going to go to the beach for a while, wait for my mom to get off of work, and he's going to explain it to me. On the way, he told me the whole truth. A truth that would be repeated on the news for weeks and weeks before news cycles found something else tragic to report on. Allison had been murdered, and her ex-boyfriend was the murderer. A murderer who had also killed himself. It wasn't just a murder that happened behind closed doors, though. The man had attacked Allison while she was in the shower. It's still unclear how he got into the apartment, but rumor was that the apartment's front office may have made the mistake of giving him a spare key. Allison had managed to escape her apartment at one point, proceeded to run around the parking lot screaming for help. Allison was being chased. Apparently, it was also the front office that noticed the horrifying event taking place in the parking lot. A knife-wielding man chasing a naked woman through a parking lot. He eventually captured her and managed to get back upstairs and into her apartment. They were only inside for a few moments before several gunshots were heard. Thank God Adam wasn't home. His school bus hadn't dropped him off today, and I have to assume he was going through something similar at his school. Or maybe his dad would have picked him up by now. Either way, I'd never get to see Adam again. Everything grew very dark very quickly. One of those gunshots went through the wall of our dining room, essentially piercing the wall exactly where my dad had spent so many evenings sitting, listening. The whole house had trouble sleeping, and sometimes I'd find my dad sitting at the table, staring off. Or even one time I'd seen him crying out there. Within less than 2 weeks, we were packing up our belongings and moving on. We'd originally signed a lease for another year just a couple of months prior, but my dad made it clear that we couldn't stay there anymore. I always assumed it was because of the whole bullet hole murder situation, and I guess in some ways it was. But the real thing, the thing my dad wouldn't tell me at first but did tell my mom, was that we couldn't stay there any longer because he couldn't stop hearing their voices. He couldn't stop hearing them arguing, even though they were dead. Call it shock, call it grief. I don't know what you'd call it, but I know that my dad isn't one to make a fuss or make things up. Sometimes I really wonder if he could hear that stuff, and maybe that's why he was crying. All I know is life got a lot lighter once we moved out of that place, so my dad was on to something. I still live in that same town, and this is still one of the most visceral murders to ever take place in the area, even 20 plus years later. Every time I drive by, I find myself looking up at the apartment and wondering, has anyone else experienced anything strange since living there? About 10 years ago, I went to a club with a large group of friends for their New Year's Eve party. Everything seemed to be going all right until a couple of my friends tracked me down and said, "There's something wrong with Jimmy. I think he needs your help." Jimmy was and still is my best friend since we were in grade 2. I was taken to the area where he was, and Jimmy was completely out of it. He couldn't function at all, was complaining about chest pains, slurring his words, basically every other symptom that you would mentally check off before calling an ambulance. Thinking that this is just some sort of alcohol poisoning, I tell everyone that we need to get him to the hospital and that I'm calling 911. "No, don't do that," someone in the group says. I look at them like they're crazy, and I'm starting to realize that this might be more than alcohol poisoning. We all took E, and he said it wasn't working, so we gave him more. We don't want to get in trouble. It ends up that these morons let a drunk guy take 3 pills in succession because Jimmy said he couldn't feel anything. Now that I'm dealing with a potential overdose, I definitely call 911. The ambulance comes and takes Jimmy away. A few of us, including some of the people that didn't want to call an ambulance earlier, head to the hospital. By the time we get there, they already have Jimmy strapped down because he's shaking. It appears like he's going to bite his tongue off. The doctor comes and asks us for more information. I tell them everything I know. They say that Jimmy will be all right, but maybe it would be a good idea to let his family know. This kind of felt like a time for you jerks to grow up and accept responsibility kind of move from the doctor. I agreed and said that we would. The friends all say that they can't be there because they know that they'll get shredded by the father, who is a very passionate, relatively old-school Italian man, and they bail. I make the call. "We'll be right there," the groggy, confused voice on the other line says. I'm alone and sitting in a hospital waiting room watching Ryan Seacrest ring in the new year on a shitty TV hanging in the corner. I'm waiting to know what I know will be an epic verbal evisceration from the Italian father. "What are ye here for?" a drunk man says to me from across the room. I tell him that my friend isn't feeling well, and I try to curb the conversation as quickly as possible. "My bitch sister broke my arm," the man slurs as he lifts his limp, swollen arm up for me to see. "I dropped her heroin, so she hit me with her fake arm." He says this with an almost proud laugh and continues to mumble about it. After that little exchange, I get up and walk around a little bit, but before I can get very far, the entrance doors slide open, and there are Jimmy's mom and dad. The dad storms up to me and starts demanding answers. He wants to know where his son is. He wants to know how long he had been doing drugs. He wants to know why I didn't try to stop him. I really have no choice but to take it. His wife looks at me sympathetically and tries to calm him down. The nurse takes the parents to their son's room, and I'm alone again. About 20 minutes go by. The mom comes out and says that everything should be okay, that they're going to stay with Jimmy a little longer, and she apologized for how it all went down. I head home and fall asleep. Later in the morning, Jimmy calls. He apologizes for the situation that he put me in. Says his dad wanted to apologize as well. Jimmy decided on his own to kind of stop hanging out with those guys, so he actually still has no idea that the other friends really left him out to dry multiple times that night. I didn't feel the need to tell him. I was just happy he was okay. So yeah, long story short, best friend overdoses on E that friends gave him. Friends tell me not to call an ambulance. I call an ambulance. Friends tell me not to call parents. I call parents. Have an enlightening conversation with a drunk man whose sister broke his arm with a prosthetic appendage over spilled heroin. Best friend's dad verbally destroys me because I'm the only person there to take the fall. Best friend apologizes the next day. Still best friends. Yeah. Happy New Year. I had a babysitter in elementary school whose house I really loved. She was an older woman, Eleanor, and her house always smelled like cookies, and she always had cartoons on. But the best part was her dog, a Shih Tzu named Huckleberry, a.k.a. Barry. He loved to watch cartoons with me and followed me around like my best bud. Sometimes I would give him just the tiniest of snacks from my snack plate. Maybe that's why he loved me so much. Anyway, it wasn't often that I would stay the night at Eleanor's, but depending what Mom's work schedule was like, it would happen. Normally, Eleanor would let me fall asleep in front of the TV on the couch, and she would watch from her chair. At some point, she'd turn the TV off and retreat to her room. Even at home, I'd usually wake up at some point in the night having to use the bathroom. This is because I used to have to drink a cup of milk and a cup of water before bed. Like, I had to. Call it OCD or whatever. At our house, it was a quick jump to the bathroom since it was in my room. My mom had also strategically set up a bunch of night lights, so there weren't really any dark paths. What Eleanor's house was missing were lights. She didn't know I was afraid of the dark, and honestly, until her house, I don't think I was. Waking up alone to a quiet, dark house, it felt unsettling. But I wasn't totally alone. I had Barry. He always made it seem not so bad. Thankfully, she also left her hallway light on, which is where the bathroom was. Once we had passed through the living room, it wasn't so bad. I'd enter the lit hallway, turn on the bathroom light as quickly as possible, Close the door, do my thing, wash up, and be done. Normally, that's when Barry and I would make our way back to the couch and pass out once more. My next memory would be my mom waking me up, telling me it's time to go. Pretty basic stuff. Only there was one time where things were less than basic. It did only happen once, though. I don't think that makes what happened less real. I woke up as I normally do, only this time I didn't have to pee. So why was I awake? I looked around and everything seemed normal. TV was off. Eleanor had gone off to bed, but I couldn't see Barry. He wasn't right next to me, like always. I remember being hesitant to leave the safety of the couch, and likely would have just fallen back asleep if I didn't hear it. The ever so faint sound of Barry's whining or crying. It's cute and soft, even when you're directly in his presence. So I almost didn't hear it, but through the quiet of the house, I heard him, far away. I remember thinking that he must be in Eleanor's room and the door shut. I didn't like the idea of him being sad or needing out, but I knew that I shouldn't go opening her door. She could have him in there for a reason. Still, it was hard to fall asleep, so I decided I'd go to the bathroom after all. I got up and made my way quickly through the living room, into the bathroom, turning the light on immediately. This time, I was tempted to close the door, but I left it open. Before I could even start doing my thing, I realized Barry sounded a lot closer now. But how was that possible? Eleanor's room was on the other side of the house. Over on the side that I was, it was just the bathroom and the laundry room. The laundry room door was usually propped open with this brick thing that Eleanor had painted. But I stepped outside the bathroom, and sure enough, I was hearing Barry inside the laundry room, and the door was shut. The brick, I noticed it was sitting against the wall, almost as though it had been tossed down the hallway. Barry ran out as soon as I opened the door, but he didn't leave. He just stood right next to me and continued sort of whining. I put the brick back in its place, and stepping back, I noticed it held the door open just fine, per usual. I picked Barry up, and instead of going to the bathroom at that moment, I just decided to run back to the couch, not even turning off the bathroom light. I remember jumping onto that couch so quickly that alone gave me an adrenaline rush. Something about Barry being locked in there, it didn't feel good. He didn't seem eager to leave the sanctuary of the couch either, until he did. Suddenly, all the way to the other side of the couch. Only he wasn't whining anymore. He was growling. A pitiful, small growl, but a growl nonetheless. I didn't move. I just let myself believe that Barry was hearing things outside like dogs do. He probably did most of this stuff all the time, and I was usually just sleeping through it. Then I jumped, almost to a full standing position, before quickly throwing myself back onto the couch. Barry right next to me, shaking. The TV had just turned on, by itself. It was an old TV, the kind where you could control everything on the TV itself. But there was a VHS player attached to this one, and that had a remote that could also control the TV and the player. That remote was always sitting on Eleanor's little TV tray next to her chair. I looked over. There it was, untouched. Except something had to have been touched, the TV or the remote. I sat on the couch with Barry, both of us shaking now. It felt like I wasn't able to catch my breath for a moment. I was so scared, it was like I was forgetting basic functions. I don't know how long I contemplated turning the TV off myself, but before I could act on impulse, the TV turned itself off. Immediately followed by the sound of a door slamming from clear down the hallway, along with another noise. It was what I assumed was the brick hitting the trim of the wall in the hallway. At this time, I didn't even jump, only froze. But Barry, he hopped off the couch and ran straight toward the sound. He didn't leave the living room. but I turned to see that he was facing the hallway, just barking. I thought for sure Eleanor was going to wake up and even considered waking her up, only everything stopped just moments after it had started. Barry did his growling and his barking for a few more moments, but eventually seemed satisfied. He came back to the couch, hopping up, looking at me, curious maybe as to why I was still up. I had to use the bathroom, of course. The house was seemingly back to normal, but there was no way I was going to make that trip again. Not with whatever was going on down there. I took one more look down toward the hallway, sure that I was going to see some horrific creature or human intruder. I didn't see that, but I could tell from where I was that something had turned off the bathroom light. And that's when I knew for sure I wasn't going back there. I laid down with my protector and toughed it out until eventually I fell asleep. I'd be woken up in a much more normal way this time, my mom telling me it was time to go. I still really had to use the bathroom, but I remember holding it all the way until I got home, which luckily was less than 5 minutes away. I'd never been so happy to see my own bathroom, my own room. After that, I expected things to happen every time I went to Eleanor's house overnight. But like I said, that was the only experience I ever had. I will say, I didn't particularly like that laundry room. It didn't have any windows in it. It always felt dim and stuffy, like it was meant to be a closet more than a laundry room. Everywhere else was bright and felt inviting, but not there. And I didn't like the door being open either, so maybe whatever was doing all of that, if it was a spirit, maybe they just agreed with me. I don't know. I told myself weird stuff as a kid to make me less afraid, but the truth is I have no idea what happened there that night, outside of what I've explained here. And I know I probably never will, but that doesn't mean I don't want to hear others' theories on the whole thing, so please tell me, what do you think this was? My first cat, Gilly, had a toy mouse. It was her favorite toy, special from all the other toys. When I was in another room, I would hear Gilly start to meow a very specific and silly-sounding meow. The mouse would be in her mouth, and she'd bring it to me pretending to be a top predator. Her meows would be muffled and elongated until she dropped the mouse at my feet, and we'd both celebrate the catch with a good pet. When I was about 12, my mom started letting me be at home without the supervision of a babysitter. She worked at a grocery store, and the fancy job title they gave her meant she'd most certainly need to be there all the time. During the holiday season, I would see her the least. She would be there with the midnight crew, unloading boxes, making sure each shipment was right. Usually, my only company at the end of the night was Gilly. Sometimes I'd plug in the phone jack and play Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 4 with a couple of friends from school, but the dial-up router I was using at the time wasn't very reliable. One night I was able to get online and actually do a couple sessions with my friend. While I'm playing, I hear Gilly's distant, silly meowing. My bedroom door was shut, and when she gets to my room, she starts scratching from the other side. I'm sitting at the end of my bed. My back is facing the door. I'm in the middle of a game, so I ignore her meows and scratches until it was done. Then, I took off my headphones and set down the controller beside me, untangling myself from the PlayStation cords before getting off the bed to let her in. But when I turned around, Gilly was lying on the bed behind where I was sitting. She was staring at the door, her ears forward, curious about the noises we were both hearing. Seeing Gilly on the bed made me freeze and listen with her. The scratching and meowing persisted. I listened with full focus while stepping as light as I could to the door. As I got closer, the scratching paused for a moment. Then it hit the door again, scratching harder and more aggressive. The meowing got more frantic. No sound I'd ever heard Gilly produce, and I knew she was sitting right next to me. I was starting to think I wasn't even dealing with a cat on the other side of the door. Originally, I tried to rationalize with myself, thinking somehow another cat had gotten into the house. But I couldn't trick my brain into believing the noises were coming from a cat. It sounded like an air raid siren mixed with a scream. It crescendos to silence. Suddenly, I felt an urgency to know what this thing was before it was too late. I quickly opened my bedroom door, but I don't see anything on the other side. Looking out the door, I'm only able to see the hallway wall with a few pictures hanging on it. I had to stick my head out into the dark hallway if I wanted to fully see into the hallway and living room. There's no doubt in my mind that something was just outside my door, so I forced myself to pop my head out and look. Down the narrow hallway, there's a woman standing in the dark with her forehead against the wall. Her hair is long and covers most of her face. She's wearing an oversized white t-shirt that hangs down to her knees. Other than that, it doesn't even look like she's wearing shoes. That's all I can make out, and I realize the woman I'm looking at isn't my mom. The hair stands up on my neck, and I lean my head back into my bedroom. Terrified, I attempt to slowly turn the door handle before closing the door, so the handle doesn't click when latching. But as I'm doing my best to carefully close it without a sound, I hear footsteps running toward my room. This makes me scream and slam the door so hard Gilly would hide under the bed for the rest of the night, scared. I would hide scared all night on top of the bed, under my covers. When I slammed the door, the footsteps vanished mid-step. The house was quiet the rest of the night. My heart almost stopped when my mom came home. I remember trying to explain it to her, but not really being able to describe what I heard and saw and have it all make sense. The conversation dwindled down to either I don't give my mom things to worry about or she's getting my cousin to start babysitting me again. Thankfully, that was the only time something of that nature happened. But it leaves me all the more lost. It's now just a memory I'll always feel a little crazy for having, not to mention retelling. This happened around 20 years ago. After dropping out of high school, I was working a few part-time jobs. They were pretty much consuming every day of my life. The school I attended was one of those super high-pressure ones, where everyone's parents are forcing their kids to study all of the time so they can graduate and get into all the best universities. All of my friends were studying just as much as I was working, so I guess that's why all my friendships from school dwindled away. Maybe they didn't want to hang out with a dropout, or maybe that's what their parents didn't want. The only friends I had were the ones I made at work. Most of these friends were on average about 2 years older than me. One night, one of these friends mentioned a place in the next city over, which was supposed to be haunted. It was a hotel. He was talking up the idea of all of us going and checking it out. The story goes, the hotel was abandoned during construction due to financial reasons. The hotel was close to being fully built and they just left it. It has been rumored that it is a local hangout for troublemakers and gangs. The rumor goes that there was a kind of lynching in the unused hotel. A woman was beaten and subsequently killed. There's also a rumor of a suicide on the roof. Again, another female. We all planned to go and see if we could see anything creepy there that night. So I had dinner and waited for my older friends to come and pick me up. We decided to go in the dead of night because 1, it would be a bit spookier, and 2, hopefully we would be harder to spot by the police or curtain-twitching neighbors in the dark. The hotel was located just off a national highway, and thanks to the street lights and the lights off the passing cars, we could see pretty well. It seemed like a completely normal hotel, and I was a little disappointed, yet somewhat relieved. We snuck in through a broken window and headed to the rooftop. It was then that we learned, even though the hotel looked fully constructed from the outside, There wasn't very much of anything on the inside. It was just bare concrete in there. There was no sense of life. It didn't look like it was part of reality, almost. Like the back rooms, I guess. I still wasn't the least bit scared at this point. None of us four claimed to have the second sight either. We couldn't sense the presence of the paranormal at all, and we didn't have any idea what we were supposed to be looking for either. I mean, should we have tried to do a seance or a kokori-san or something? We didn't know. So we looked around on the roof for a while and found a few things. Clearly, someone had had a little picnic party up there. And there were signs of something else they might have been up to up there, if you know what I mean. Finding this stuff caused us to kind of forget where we were and relax a little. We began to get a bit louder and a bit more comfortable. We brought alcohol, so we had a drink on the roof, looking out at the lake behind the hotel. It was pretty sweet. We messed around drinking for about 2 hours or so, and then we got bored and decided to go check out the hotel. I guess the booze had given us a little more confidence. When we got to the ground floor, we realized that there was a basement that we hadn't seen on the first look around. I was quite surprised that we missed it. It was almost as if it had suddenly appeared. There was now a bit of an atmosphere in the empty building. We all agreed that something felt different, something we couldn't put our finger on. One of my friends then decided that he would be the first to say, "Let's go down there." So we began our descent into the basement. We went pretty slowly. It was incredibly dark down there. It was narrow and there were puddles of water down there. Even though it was summer, it felt downright freezing in the basement. It wasn't like any of the other rooms in the hotel. We were solely reliant on the light from the flashlights we had. We approached a door at the end of the passageway, and then I felt a chill, the likes of which I haven't felt before or since, on my back. It was as if this icy chill went straight through me. I still remember it as I typed these words. It was like a current of electricity passed through my body. I felt some kind of convulsion which started at the base of my spine and then ran up to my shoulders. As this happened, one of my friends uttered a sharp yelp of horror. I was about to say to everyone, "Let's get out of here," but I found that I couldn't speak. Like I said, there were 4 of us, and I was at the front with a friend, and it was one of the 2 in the back who made that yelp. I turned to see him running at full speed back towards the stairs. He was screaming the most maddening scream. It echoed around the narrow passage. It was truly disturbing. I looked at my friend at the front, who was the oldest, and I guess the most confident and strongest of our little group. Even he couldn't keep his composure, and when he started running back toward the stairs, I made sure I was right next to him. We didn't stop until we got back to where we had parked the car. When we got back to the car, the friend who ran first was still clearly upset and frightened by something. It was really weird to see someone older than you at that age literally shake with fear. When he calmed down a little, we asked him about what had happened, and he said that he saw something. He said that he saw the face of a woman right at the back of the hallway when he turned around. She was on the right side of the stairs that we had climbed down in the place where we didn't shine our flashlights the first time we came down. He said that her face was expressionless and blank, but he saw others, a man and another woman. He said that there could have been 5 or 6 faces. It was like they came right out of the shadows. He said his fight or flight instinct kicked in, and he just bolted. Something deep down told him to get out as soon as possible. They quickly left the place because even though we didn't see what he did, I'm certain that we all experienced that same chill. I am convinced that we weren't alone down there. We went to an all-night restaurant and stayed up until the sun came up, and then we all went home. Nothing really changed for me after I went to that hotel. People kept on saying it was haunted, and some say there's a basement, while others vehemently claim there is no basement. I never went back to find out, so I can't tell you. All I know is I was in that basement. I moved to a bigger city after a few years and lost touch with the friends I made at work. I did bump into the sister of a friend who saw the faces in the basement, and I asked about him. Sadly, he took his own life in the lake by the hotel. He left no note. I often think about that guy and that hotel, sometimes by choice and other times not. There is an old mining road past Granite Falls, Washington, one that people say is haunted. The mine itself, I'm sure, is too. Personally, I don't know how I feel about ghosts. I believe in them. I've seen them. And I've never been one to see something and live in denial about what I've seen, no matter how unreal it may be, especially to an outsider. You ever try to tell someone about your genuine experience and they unintentionally make you feel insane? Well, it happens. One time too many, so now I reserve my stories for people who at least have a desire to hear them. A skeptic is a lot more open-minded than a non-believer, that's for sure. Anyway, saying I don't know how I feel about them, what are they exactly? Like the man I've seen on this road. He's a disappearing act. Several people I know have reported seeing the same man or apparition of a man that I have, just past Silverton, right where Perry Creek sits. He's always walking in the same direction the cars are driving, always going east, meaning you never get to see his face. It's odd to see someone walking that way, but not really. The only reason to go out there would be to go into the woods, or if you have property out there. I don't, but my buddy does. It's not uncommon that we just paintball on his property or take the four-wheelers out. We do that a lot. But every once in a while, for the past 6 years, I've seen this guy walking. At first I thought, okay, a hiker or a tweaker. But no, he was dressed in some seriously old-looking clothes. He wore a floppy-style hat that I can't even place. Suspenders and boots, and brown, worn-to-shit pants. I had to know what this guy's face looked like. Was he 25 or 85, you know? I instantly crank my head out the window to catch a glimpse of this guy, but as I do, he's just gone. He was nowhere. But there was nowhere for him to go. I tell my buddy, and he says, just wait, but I'll see him again. I asked him, who is this guy? He said, he's exactly what you think he is, dude. He's a ghost. As in, not real or not alive. He then tells me some stories about Lime Kiln Trail, that it's got an old abandoned mining town community still in it. Buildings still up and everything, just abandoned. People explore this place, and it's a literal ghost town, I guess. He said the whole woods are said to be haunted, the very woods that we ride around in all the time. I don't know. Maybe. But if so, I've never seen anything outside of this man on the road. But I'll give it to him. My buddy was right, and I've seen this dude a handful of times. He obviously had too, but it's more than that. It's like people all over know about this place, and I'm just learning about it. I don't fuck with caves or mines, so I won't be going there to find out if it's haunted or whatever. But I will say, the man on the road, he's a ghost. Each time was the same experience, almost. You'd pass him, and even if you didn't take your eyes off the man, he was gone the moment you actually passed him. One time I tried to drive slowly to see if I could holler at a ghost. Maybe they need a ride or something too, you know? He didn't react when I called out, but I slowly just kind of drove behind him. That's probably the time that I got the best look at his clothes. But regardless how long I drove like that behind him, he didn't react or behave any differently. Didn't respond to my calls, and eventually I just had to pass the guy. And of course when I did, he disappeared. I think the scariest time was the last time, which was at night. I had never really seen him during the night, maybe towards sunset, but I almost missed him entirely, which is what scared me so bad. The road is not one that you want to be walking down regardless, but at night, it's just idiotic. There's no streetlights, it's not heavily inhabited, and people like me drive fast down this road. I got to Perry Creek and wasn't thinking about the ghost at all, until something jetted in front of my truck. So quick that by the time I hit the brakes, it felt like it happened minutes ago, not seconds. I started driving slowly, looking around for just about anything, and I saw the man. Caught him at the edge of my headlights. He was back on the normal side of the road, headed in the same direction he always was. I don't know what came over me, but I remember actually yelling out my window, "You need to be more careful." Yeah, I had a good laugh about that one too. A couple of things, though, I still can't quite figure out. Why do I only see this guy when I'm heading east, but not west? Like, why is it that no one has yet to see his face? It's almost as though he's on a loop, and I just can't wrap my head around what all that means. Hi, I'm Laura. I'm 25 and currently going through a divorce. I moved in with my sickly grandmother roughly 2 months ago. She doesn't need full-time care, so mostly I just handle the housework and keep her prescriptions straight. She's lived in this same house for my entire life and tells everyone it's haunted. But we thought Nana was just being Nana. She's always been superstitious, but no, it's haunted all right. But before I start with the strange experiences, there's a few things to know. First, the house was built in the 50s, but it has only had 2 previous owners, and there's no records of any deaths occurring on the property, natural or otherwise. Second, it's a small 2-bedroom, 2-bathroom house, and the walls are pretty thin, so we can hear everything. And finally, upon moving in, Nana advised me to cover the mirror in my room because it's the source of the haunting, according to her. Also, the mirror is part of an extremely large dresser that sits against the same wall as the door. It's made of real wood and takes a lot of people to move it. Okay, now we can start for real. Thanks to my diary, I started keeping track of the activity before I knew there was anything to keep track of. I'd had trouble sleeping the first couple of nights, but I'm having a really difficult time with the divorce. Of course, it was hard to sleep. On the 3rd night, I kept hearing Nana get up to go to the restroom at least a dozen times. Footsteps walked across her room, down the hall, and into the bathroom. Then, after a short pause, they would return to her room. I assumed that she wasn't flushing the toilet as to not wake me. The next morning, I asked if she was feeling okay, or if there was anything special I could pick up on the way home from work. When she asked why, I explained, and she said that she didn't get out of bed once the entire night, that I probably heard, in her words, the man in the mirror. I was late for work, and I thought that she must be embarrassed, so I didn't press the issue. I did, however, begin sleeping with headphones. 2 days later, I woke up and, still groggy, walked past the dresser and caught a glimpse of a dark shadow standing on my bed. I screamed, turning to see nothing but an empty room. When I looked back at the mirror, it was normal again, too. Since I was physically rubbing the sleep out of my eyes when I saw it, I chalked it up to Nana's stories getting to me. I've also had a few reoccurring dreams where a man calls to me from inside the mirror, but I don't want to officially include those among my possible encounters since they could easily be my imagination. However, for the record, I've never had nightmares like this before moving here. Things were quiet for over a week after the first Shadow Man incident. I had pretty much forgotten about the whole thing, but then it happened again. I was standing directly in front of the mirror, putting on my makeup, and I glanced down just long enough to make sure I got the right eyeshadow. Ladies, I know you know what I mean. That quick flash down and then right back up while you're leaning towards the mirror. I did that, and when I looked back up, there was a blurry oval shape, very head-like, hovering right behind my shoulder. I only saw it for a brief instant before screaming and turning, but it wasn't a fully formed shadow figure like before. This was more like strands of black fog, trying to solidify into the shape of a head, but falling short. When I calmed down, I finally had a serious talk with Nana about the mirror. Before, I had immediately dismissed her stories without really hearing them, but now I was ready to listen. When Nana and Grandpa moved in, the house was empty except for that dresser and the attached mirror. Being such a bulky item, they assumed the previous owners didn't have a way to move it and left it empty for over a month, just in case they came back. It really is a beautiful set. This was after Mom and her 2 brothers were grown, so it was just Nana and Grandpa living there. A few months later was Thanksgiving, and they decided to move the dresser into their room. It took Grandpa, both of my uncles, and my dad just to slide it across the hallway. And they even told Nana, "I hope you like it because that baby is in there forever." Little did they know. They began hearing noises soon after. On multiple occasions, Grandpa got out of bed with his gun because he thought someone had gotten inside, but he never found anyone. Eventually, Nana saw a shadow figure crouched in the corner of the room, but when she turned around, no one was there. She saw it on 2 other occasions as well. Once when it was standing a few feet behind her, and once when it was sitting on her bed. Grandpa never saw it, but he witnessed the whole mirror shaking by itself while getting dressed one morning. By Christmas, they had seen enough and wanted it gone. Dad and my uncles were none too pleased with the development, but seeing how upset my grandparents were, they agreed to move it back into the guest bedroom. Only that wasn't good enough. They wanted it out of the house entirely. Unfortunately, they had barely been able to get potholders beneath the legs to slide it between adjacent rooms the first time. To get it outside, they would have had to pivot around multiple corners. Nana was so upset that one of my uncles measured just to confirm it wasn't physically possible. They would have had to take it apart and cut the frame to get rid of it. Even if they'd had the time, they didn't have the right tools. My uncles promised to do it after New Year's, but life got easier once the mirror was out of my grandparents' room, so it just never got done. They kept it covered with a blanket and would hear the occasional noise, but for the most part, they stayed out of that room and forgot about it. I'm the only other person who has actually lived in the same room with that thing, and now I also keep a blanket over it. Again, there was more than a week where nothing happened, but just as I let my guard down, I woke up to the sound of my music suddenly being turned all the way up during a particularly loud part. My headphones had done a perfect job of blocking out any nighttime noises up until that point, but I didn't want to sleep with them after that. Since then, I've woken up to the sound of a man crying, and I tried to record it, but the second I got my camera open, everything went silent. That was the last thing I've experienced so far, but I'm sure there will be more. I have no clue what this mirror's history could be or how to find out. I just know that I'm getting pretty close to buying a handsaw and dismantling this thing myself. My parents separated when I was 5, so my memories of when Bio Dad lived with us are fuzzy and incomplete, but I've been told things could get pretty bad. Jim had a serious drug problem. He would take anything he could get his hands on, but meth was his favorite. When he was low on cash, which was quite often, he'd just cook up a batch and sell as much as he could to get by. In case there's anyone who doesn't know, cooking meth is dangerous. It can literally explode. People blow themselves up trying to make it all the time. Needless to say, Mom wasn't very happy when she caught him cooking the stuff in our attic. There were a million other reasons she left him, but that was the proverbial straw that broke the camel's back. Only Jim didn't want to get divorced. He said wedding vows were forever, that if she tried to leave anyway, she would never see me again. Well, that just doubled her resolve. She waited for him to pass out after a big bender, packed our bags, and drove us to Grandma's house almost 2 hours away. Then she left me there and drove all the way back while her brother followed in his van. Jim was still passed out, and Mom knew that he would stay that way into the next day unless someone intervened. After confirming that there were still drugs in the house, they loaded up our car and Uncle Hank's van with as much stuff as they could before calling the police. They didn't know what kind of response to expect, but they were worried they wouldn't be allowed to take anything else once the cops arrived. My uncle waited in a Walmart parking lot. He wasn't a drug dealer, but let's just say he wasn't exactly flying the straight and narrow. He didn't want to cause any trouble for Mom if the police decided to run his name. Things actually went pretty smoothly, all things considered. Jim was rudely awakened from his slumber, and any hope of expressing his anger was completely ruined by the horde of police tearing his house apart. Unfortunately, there was no present evidence that proved he cooked the drugs himself. That would have added a nice chunk of years to his sentence, but he still served 3 years when all was said and done. During that time, Mom remarried, and we moved to a different state where I started school. Not too long after my 7th birthday, Mom learned that Jim would be released in the upcoming months. She didn't think that he would be able to find us and therefore didn't want to scare me for no reason. To this day, she still apologizes for that mistake. Sure enough, Jim was able to find us without too much of a struggle. One day he showed up while I was at recess. This is the 80s, by the way. Security was not the same back then. And he says that he has to take me home because Mom had an accident. I had no clue that he'd been in prison. At that age, I probably didn't even fully understand the concept of it. I just thought my parents got a divorce, and I happened to live with my mom. Jim was now making it sound like because of Mom's accident, only he was allowed to get me from school. I should have known better. My stepdad picked me up all the time, but I was so terrified of losing my mom that I couldn't think of anything else. I just wanted to get to her. I followed Jim right off the playground and hopped into his back seat without making a peep. It didn't even occur to me to talk to a teacher before leaving. Once we were off the school grounds, our speed began accelerating at a terrifying rate. I was already crying silently. The sudden erratic driving scared me to hysterics. While crossing the highway, a big truck had to slam on its brakes to avoid T-boning us. I screamed, and Jim smacked me upside the head. He said if I didn't stop crying, he would make me ride in the trunk. I remember looking around to see that we had left the heavy traffic behind us and feeling a little bit better. I took the opportunity to ask what happened to Mom, but Jim just cranked up whatever tape he was listening to. That's when I started to take a closer look at my surroundings. I hadn't recognized the road that we were on, but I knew one of the ones that came right after it, and we missed the turn for my house. That's when I got really scared. I thought Mom was hurt so badly that she had to go to the hospital. What if Jim was driving like this because he had to get me there before she died? I began crying all over again, lost in mindless nightmares about how awful life would be without a mom. I didn't even notice how much time was passing, but altogether, he had me for over an hour, so it must have been about that long. Then, all of a sudden, there were flashing lights behind us. They'd been announcing a description of us in Jim's car on the local radio stations. Had he been listening to those instead of a cassette, he might have chosen to get off the road, and things could have ended very differently. As it was, a few different people stopped to call the police after spotting us along the way. The police found a map in the driver door. Our route had been traced out, and we were only 20 minutes from reaching our destination, an old landfill. Jim also had a shovel, knew that he could never win custody of me, so he decided to take me away from my mom, the only way that he knew how. That got him a considerably longer sentence than the first, but he died of an overdose in prison just 5 years later. I can't say that I'm sorry. In high school, I used to nanny for this pretty well-off couple in the Bay Area. I really enjoyed working for their family, and I was sad when they said they were moving to Seattle. Before leaving, and basically during my time working for them, they had recommended me to some of their friends who also had kids. I'd done a few one-off jobs, and they were fine, but nothing quite like the Connors. About a month after their move, a woman reached out to me, inquiring about a more full-time position. A recommendation from Mrs. Connor, the woman said. Instantly, I could tell the woman seemed overwhelmed, and unlike most of the people I worked for, she was a single mother. Despite all this, she agreed to pay me double what the Connors paid. Part of that was because she had 2 kids, but for the extra, I told her it wasn't necessary. Still, she insisted. And we agreed to doing 3 weeks as a trial run, and if all was well, we'd sign me on full-time for the year. If everything could have stayed how it was the first 2 weeks, I might have accidentally gotten myself into a year of hell. Luckily, whatever was in that house decided to rear its ugly head early on, in the third week. First, I'll back up and say that though this woman wasn't very cool, her house was so cool. She clearly was an exec at some tech company in the area or something. She never actually told me, but everything was automatic. She had a robot for just about everything except for taking care of the kids themselves. Basically, she made nannying a luxury. No cooking, no cleaning. I didn't even have to draw the kids' baths since, there's an app for that. The kids, 2 girls, ages 5 and 7, both very well-mannered and well-behaved. They too made nannying a bit of a luxury, but just when you think you struck gold, that's when you realize it's just a big turd. The girls sometimes had trouble when it came to going to bed. Normal kid stuff, and usually settled by a book or 2 and then lights out. Though the house was large, with several bedrooms, the girls shared a room for sleeping, each with their own twin bed on either side of the room. The older girl, Tilly, she'd slept in her own room at some point. It sat down the hall, still perfectly made up with its own bed. Why didn't she sleep in there anymore? Well, it was never explained to me officially, but from Tilly's perspective, it's because that room gave her terrible nightmares. So, early into the third week, I put the girls to bed and I'm downstairs just watching some TV, as I usually do. Except unlike any other time, this time I heard running around upstairs. I didn't have the whole logistics of the house figured out, but I could swear the sound wasn't coming from the girls' room. Instead, further down the hallway. Maybe one or both of them were playing in the other room, Tilly's old room. I got up to check, but it was clear the noises had stopped once I started up the stairs, and then slowly started again down the hallway towards the girls' real room. I was sure that I was about to catch them in the hallway, frozen, caught red-handed. As I approached the top of the stairs, though, there were footsteps, sure, but there were no feet to accompany them. The hallway was eerily empty, and the footsteps cut off almost instantaneously. I open the girls' door, and they're both still sleeping. I walk over to each of them to be sure that that's the case, but it's obvious they're sleeping for real. I even did the candy test where I said out loud that I had candy for the first one who could tell me what 1 + 1 was. It was a little trick of mine, and I hadn't tried it on these kids before. Still, nothing. So, that was weird, kind of spooky, and I really didn't have a great feeling upstairs after that. But it gets stranger. As I said, these kids were well behaved. They didn't talk back, they were caring towards each other. I never felt off leaving them to play with each other in the room or anything like that. One night, God, why is it always at night? Anyway, the girls were in bed, and as I was leaving their room and closing their door, I heard the sound of another door closing. Instantly, I looked towards the vacant child's room, and I swear, I see something dark, black as a shadow itself, but solid, peeking from the door frame before quickly disappearing. Logistically, not possible, considering that door just closed, and then there's the obvious problem of someone being in there at all. I lean back without taking my hand off the girl's doorknob and confirm, no shadow, and indeed the door to that room is now shut. I creeped my way back into the girls' room. They weren't asleep yet, and I told them that I was kind of sleepy, and I think we should all watch a movie and pile on the couch. It worked for them, and so I quickly ushered them downstairs. I remember I put on 101 Dalmatians because it's a comfort movie of mine, and lucky for me, the girls liked my choice. I didn't fall asleep so easily that night, but I did eventually. We all did. I wasn't sure how to explain why we were all sleeping on the couch, so I told their mom that we wanted to watch a movie and the upstairs was scary. Yeah, I sort of threw the kids under the bus like they were the ones afraid, but it was definitely me. I just felt so silly by the time she got home. Had I been overreacting? I think not. The very next night, I heard something a little bit after putting the girls to bed. This time it was coming from the girls' room. Just the lightest of footsteps. No crying or screaming or anything to warrant the level of alertness that I was feeling in that moment. Without so much as a second thought, I found myself practically running up the stairs. I couldn't understand why I was so scared, where this urgency was coming from. Next thing I know, I'm opening the girls' door, only they're not sleeping peacefully as they usually are. I see Tilly straddling her sister. And not only that, she's got her pillow over her sister's face. Tilly is smothering her with the pillow. My knee-jerk reaction is to run over and pull Tilly off, and I do so relatively easily. And to my relief, Ella is alive and well. She's in shock, but she's awake and breathing. I look over at Tilly, who I gently toss to the floor next to me, and she looks like she's seen a ghost, like she'd just woken up or something. She doesn't appear to understand that she's just tried to smother her sister. The rest of the night was such a mess in my head. I didn't know what to do. I was so scared of scaring the kids, but I was also afraid. I had to call Mom. She didn't answer. I put the girls back to bed, but I sat in their room, trying Mom over and over. I watched those girls like a hawk for the next 3 hours until Mom finally arrived. I was only 18 at the time, but oh man, I was furious at this adult woman for ignoring my calls. I told her I wanted to tell her in detail about my night before I left, and so I did. She didn't even seem fazed. Halfway through telling the story, I was crying because I don't know why. Because I saw her kid almost kill her other kid. Such a little reaction from her. It was so eerie. I didn't like it. That interaction alone kind of sealed the deal for me. I was no longer willing to nanny for this woman, and I told her quite frankly that she should consider therapy for Tilly, or getting a priest in that place because something wasn't right in her home. To make things even weirder, I found out months later that Mrs. Connor had never recommended me to this woman. She had no idea who she was. Excuse my intrusive thoughts for a moment. Please know I'm not thinking of offing myself, and I hope this question doesn't trigger anyone. But there's something I've been wondering about, and I can't really quiz my coworkers with an icebreaker like this. So, here goes. If you were to jump off a building, would you face forward or backward when you leapt? There's pros and cons for each direction, I think. Facing forward, you're given the chance to know exactly when your death will be, as the hustle and bustle of the city life continues. I'd imagine a joyous warmth would engulf the soul, reminiscent of Christmas morning as a child when the wonders of Santa Claus still exist, maybe, able to witness all that you'll leave behind. The men and women going to and from work with no purpose besides filling their pockets for a weekend distraction from reality. The imagery of your impact on the concrete will be seen by at least a few of them. The sudden carnage that lays before them is bound to be retained within their psyche. It may even be enough to change their purpose in life, ignite the inspiration they were missing. Maybe not. Who knows? Or you could jump backwards. You think you'd only indulge this option on a day with clear skies in the forecast. Consider leaving early in the morning or late afternoon for the best chance of a picture-perfect sky to gaze into. It's superior in aesthetics compared to the dingy streets being the last image you'll see, but you won't know how long that image will be able to be cherished. Personally, I feel like it would force my attention on trying to soak it all in, instead of appreciating the last moment of my final artistic gesture. There's millions of actors all dancing to their own music on the world stage. Unfortunately, my husband Lisha was unintentionally in the audience during someone's final performance. I can say truthfully that the trauma he experienced by seeing it stuck with him years later, and clearly his retelling of the events haven't left me either. In 2018, Lisha is on a construction job in Lower Manhattan. He's one of the leads on this project and had to be the first one on site to unlock the gates surrounding the construction zone. On a typical morning in August, Lisha's just finished pulling the chains off the last fence of the yard. The last gate he's opening is across the street from the Deschutes Bank Center. Also attached to that same building is the Mandarin Oriental Hotel and some ultra-expensive luxury apartments. When Lisha gets the last lock, he slides the key back into his pocket while turning around. It was a clear summer morning, and as he looked up to really take in the morning sunrise, he also saw a man stepping off of the 55-story building, then falling over 750 feet. Lisha told me the man landed on the glass mark of the hotel with such force, it sounded like a bomb had gone off. The impact would split the man's body in half, sending bloody pieces of him flying in multiple directions. Some even landed across the street into the construction site. Emergency vehicles shut down the whole block within a few minutes. Soon, Lisha was able to return home, after relocking all of the gates in a dazed shock. When he got home, he told me what happened. I saw the small spots of blood that freckled his yellow vest. When he first came in and told me, I thought that he was lying because of how nonchalantly he had retold before going to the shower. Pretty sure he was still in shock. That night, however, I'd woken up to Lisha thrashing in bed with night terrors, jolted awake by one of his kicks to see him punching his arms violently into the darkness, or screaming. He's asleep the whole time while acting this way too. Lisha's mom told me that he used to have a sleepwalking problem in high school, but nothing close to what he was doing now. I asked Lisha what he'd been seeing in his dreams, but he either wouldn't or couldn't talk about it. 3 days later, work would call him, telling him they'd been okayed to return to the site the next day. Lisha speechless on the phone. Then he quickly ended the call and dropped his phone onto the hardwood floor of our dining room. He then sits on the floor, and for the first time since the incident, he cries. We sat on the floor together, and Lisha told me about his nightmares, about how that morning plays over and over and over. Every night he's either in his truck getting to work or already at the last gate, and every time he sees the man plummet through the glass canopy of the hotel, the body splits into two when it hits the road. Sometimes one of the parts or both would reanimate back to life, crawling towards Lisha, dragging whatever pieces were still attached to it at the side. It's really some dark shit that I don't need to keep going further with. There's just something so wildly insane about having your life changed forever in such a brutal way by someone that you've never even met. Anyway, take care everyone, and thanks for listening. As part of a history project in college, we were tasked with exploring a piece of our own family history, specifically connecting with information from those no longer with us. We were told that we could have as little or as much information as possible on the person or the piece of history, but it was our job to create a historically accurate yet compelling story. My family is huge. I don't know a lot of them, but my mom is one of those that keeps up on what everyone is doing all the time, and she's part of those ancestry websites. So all I had to do was ask her, and I knew that she'd lead me down the most interesting path. My great-grand-uncle Charlie was a Catholic priest, one who participated in exorcisms nonetheless. I never personally had the chance to meet him, and he died in the late 90s. But my mom always spoke very fondly of him and kept a lot of his things. She says he was a man of a million stories. Apparently on the side, he was a bit of a self-proclaimed author. One of his short stories was actually published in a local magazine in Minnesota back in 1981. I'm sure it was great, but personally, I never read that one. Amongst the various articles, notebooks, cool photos, I was most interested in his personal notebooks. These were writings he'd never published, things he'd experienced in his lifetime as a priest and just in life in general. I found several intriguing stories, and at first it was hard to just focus on one thing. Next thing I knew, I'd already gone through one of his notebooks in its entirety. He wrote lots about his earlier days, and I found these to be some of his most interesting. I'm choosing to share this one with you all because it gave me full body chills. The entry is from 1989, but he talks of a time before that. It's the story of his second exorcism. January 1st, 1989. This evening, while processing the passing of Bishop McHale, I was reminded of a case from my younger days as a priest. I encountered extraordinary yet terrifying events often, but it was this one that forever altered the course of my future with the church. It was a somber evening, much like tonight, when the news reached me. Bishop McHale came to the Archbishop and myself, carrying stories of a young woman plagued by a demonic possession. Shortly after Bishop McHale finished reciting the various ailments which had been reported to him, Archbishop McAllen granted permission for us to move forward. With a heavy heart, I embarked upon the solemn duty of performing an exorcism. It was new for me. It was only my second one, but I was honored, ready, and I was not alone after all. There was Bishop McHale, but there was also the Heavenly Father, too. That's what you can never forget, never lose sight of. Arriving at the family's humble abode, I was struck that it wasn't so far away from my own. I could sense a palpable darkness hanging in the air where the afflicted woman resided. The family was desperate for salvation. This was obvious at once as they greeted us with a mix of trepidation and high hopes. They guided us to the room where the young woman lay. My first observations of the woman were that her eyes were vacant, almost blackened, and her body was contorted in unnatural ways. Compassion and fear intertwined within me. The woman was restrained, gently but still. The ties on the pieces of satin were secure. The family feared the young woman, but loved her greatly. The room became even more tense upon the arrival of Bishop McHale and myself, so we began the ancient ritual of exorcism almost immediately. Not long after we started, the room was filled with prayers, the scent of incense, and the flickering light of the candles. I recall their glow casting eerie shadows on the walls, shadows which couldn't compare to the real evil inside the room. The demon within the woman fought vehemently, its presence becoming increasingly malevolent with each passing moment. The woman writhed and convulsed, her voice transforming into an otherworldly growl before once again mimicking the cries of a natural woman. For a moment she was lucid, crying and pleading that she couldn't see, that she couldn't hear. She begged and pleaded with the room, trying to understand what was happening to her. We told her to be strong, to fight it. Though she didn't stay long, her voice distorted again as she screamed and laughed obscenities at the room. It was that moment which I caught a glimpse of the demon that had taken a hold of her. Its eyes now reflected the depths of its wickedness. The creature's voice echoed with a chilling resonance, one that was filled with hatred, so much so that it shook me deep to my core. She spoke and spat vile things at everyone in the room, focusing heavily on Bishop McHale and myself. Wicked accusations, horrific imagery that they tried to paint. It was relentless. They were spewing wildly, switching from English to Latin to something entirely unintelligible. This was nothing like my first experience, the one that I wrote about in 1986. This demon was unlike anything I'd experienced in the church, unlike anything I'd experienced in life. I would be lying if I said that there was no fear. I kept it deep down in the depths where only I knew it existed. Throughout, I remained steadfast. It's of great importance that you never lose faith. It's always my faith grounding me in the face of this ancient evil. My voice wavered at times, sure, but I pressed on, reciting the sacred words with unwavering determination. Bishop McHale doing the same, as the prayer of St. Michael radiated from the two of us, filling the room. The battle was all too grueling. I call it a battle as it's the closest I've come to fighting something, aiming to destroy something before it could further destroy this woman. Bishop McHale and I continued exorcising the demon. As the hours passed, I watched the poor woman's vessel endure tortures no one ever should. Still, we didn't stop. She was in and out of consciousness. She was weak, but we also watched as the demon's grip weakened too, and its resistance fading. With one final prayer, a large surge of energy, it was expelled from the young woman, instantly leaving her limp and exhausted, but alive and breathing. The whole room felt as if it was singing. The reality is it was silent. A beautiful silence settled upon the room, broken only by the sound of our breathing. I found myself forever changed in the aftermath of this encounter. The experience had deepened my understanding of the forces that exist beyond our mortal realm. It ignited a thirst within me to delve further into the realm of spiritual warfare, to study the ancient texts, to learn more of the nature of demons and possession. It was in the following years that I became known for my expertise in exorcisms. Bishop McHale, too, he was my teacher, my mentor. Bishop McHale, the church had recognized his dedication and entrusted him with the responsibility of training future priests in the sacred art of battling darkness. As one of his pupils, I too would go on to train future priests. Of course, this was all before I stopped this work, pre-1980. Because the truth is, with each successful exorcism, a part of my soul grew heavy with the weight of what I had witnessed. The horrors I had faced took their toll, and with time I began to question the fragility of my own faith. The demons confronted were not confined to the pages of Scripture. They were real, tangible entities that tested the limits of my resolve. In the end, it was the haunting memories of this second exorcism that led me to reevaluate my path. I chose to step away from the front lines, to devote myself to research and contemplation, seeking a deeper understanding of the spiritual realm and its interplay with our moral existence. And though my days of performing exorcisms may have come to an end, the impact of that fateful event and so many others remain etched in my soul. It forever shaped my future, guiding me towards a different kind of service, one that seeks to illuminate the shadows, one that seeks to offer solace to those who find themselves entangled in its ominous grasp. It also brought me closer to my dearest friend, Bishop McHale, whom I will see again one day. Then my great-grand-uncle ends it by inserting a prayer. I've included it here, but don't expect you to read it. I did some research, and this is a prayer often used during the passing of a member of the clergy. Thanks for listening. If I come across anything else worth sharing, I certainly will. This happened when I started living alone, not long after I had just moved in. I think it must have been the first week. I found out that my new apartment was in the path of an oncoming typhoon. That night, I'd gotten off to sleep all right, but I woke up in the middle of the night to hear the sound of the wind and rain lashing my windows. It was so loud, I just couldn't get back to sleep. I was lying there in bed, thinking about nothing in particular, when I heard something. It was coming from the front door. It was the doorbell. Who the hell would be ringing the doorbell of my new apartment? I asked myself. I crept downstairs and took a look through the peephole. There was a person out there. I was freaked out, but I asked, "Who is it?" Even I heard the fear in my voice. It was my friend, literally my best friend. He was one of the only ones who knew my address. "Why didn't you just tell me you were coming, man? It's the middle of the night," I said through the door. I tried to get a look at him, but it was dark and he had his hat pulled down. That didn't matter since we were friends. I mean, it was a little weird, but I've known him for years. "Hey, you did really well to get here in this storm, dude," I called out and started to unlock the door. That was the moment that something dawned on me. Best friend or not, why was he out here? Barely talking, not responding. And how did he make it here? I could still hear the ferocity of the typhoon against the door. Another odd thing, he didn't have a driver's license. Even if he somehow caught a bus, he would have had to walk for a long while. I didn't know the area all that well, but it seemed a bit too late for buses. Besides, who turns up in the middle of the night during a storm, unannounced? These were all red flags, and I didn't like it. What the hell was this? I brought my eye closer to the peephole. "Hey, bud, how'd you get here?" I asked cautiously. We fell into an awkward silence while the typhoon raged on. I brought my eye closer to the peephole. I wanted to get a closer look at him. His skin was disturbingly pale. It reminded me of a waxwork skin. His eyes flitted back and forth as if they were remote-controlled. That wasn't my friend. I wasn't even sure if that was a human. It was pretending, whatever it was. I didn't let on that I was scared, but I was petrified. I watched that thing out there, which looked like my best friend, standing there, smiling insanely, occasionally twitching at the corners of its lips. I had to get away from the door once I saw that. I went into another room and tried my best to compose myself. I tried to think about what to do next. All the while, that friend thing repeated the same line it delivered earlier, as if it was all he knew, like an actor practicing lines. I called my friend, the one it was impersonating. He said that he wasn't at my house. I knew it wasn't him, but I had to be 100% sure. That thing was rather convincing. I went upstairs and back to bed, but sleep wouldn't come. I didn't know how long that thing stayed outside my door, but I heard it occasionally repeating its line. After a sleepless night, the sun rose and the typhoon subsided. It took a long while for me to get the confidence to approach the peephole, but when I did, I found that it was gone. I think I purchased a cursed amulet from a homeless lady. We have a large outlet mall where I live, but the main store in the center, it used to be an Old Navy, has been empty for the last 3 years. Sometimes they use it as a weekend flea market, and anyone can sign up for a booth. My wife, Pat, and I have found some great antiques there, so we make it a point to go whenever it's open. This year they did something a little different and opened it for the entire week after Thanksgiving. It was the biggest we've seen yet. The whole building was packed tight with vendors, leaving only a few thin aisles to navigate the stores. As usual, Pat and I split up at the entrance with a plan to meet back at the car. At the end of the first aisle, tucked off into the corner, stood an elderly woman with a wooden tray hanging from her neck. It was like what you'd see the peanut vendors wearing at a baseball game, only this one held a bunch of old jewelry and small trinkets. She had long, stringy white hair, and many of her front teeth were missing. Her black dress was dirty and frayed at the edges, and she had no stockings to keep her legs warm. It was 35 degrees outside and not much warmer inside, but her sandals left most of her bare feet exposed. Her merchandise wasn't particularly appealing, but I wanted to give her some money without insulting her. When I asked about a yellow pendant on a gold chain, she said the amulet was blessed by a priestess and granted the wearer good fortune. I didn't believe her, but I wasn't buying it for the value, so I gave her a 20 and put the necklace in my pocket and wished her a Merry Christmas. The owner of the neighboring record booth had returned, and I spent a few minutes browsing through their collection. Afterwards, I turned back to the old woman for a final farewell, but she was gone. She'd only stood a couple of feet away. I didn't think I was so engrossed with the albums that I would have missed her leaving, but apparently I had. Later at home, I showed my wife the necklace and asked her if she had seen the woman. She hadn't, but she liked the amulet, and I helped her put it on. That night, she woke up a little bit before 4. She was crying, on the verge of hyperventilating, sweating, shaking profusely. I turned on the lights and screamed. Behind her, in the corner, I saw a brief glimpse of a shadow figure before it disappeared. Pat didn't see it. She was staring at me in wide-eyed confusion. Now, even more terrified due to my outburst. I wasn't about to tell her the truth while she was already upset. Pretending to be startled by her disheveled appearance may not have been the best cover, but it worked. She instantly began recounting her nightmare, in which she'd woke up to find a tall shadow figure standing over her. It began slowly reaching towards her. She finally forced herself upright and managed to wake up. If I hadn't seen the figure for myself moments before, I would have dismissed it as sleep paralysis. But now, I don't know what to make of it. For the time being, we went back to sleep. And the following morning, I told her what I saw. She was glad that I waited to share the information, but we didn't understand why this was suddenly happening. Pat's childhood home was haunted by a friendly spirit, so she's had encounters before. But this was the first time I had ever personally experienced anything. We also agreed that nothing about this presence felt friendly. It had felt cold and angry. We've lived in our house for almost 3 years without any strange incidents. So we took a closer look at our flea market purchases. Pat had also picked up an antique hand mirror, and I found a gentleman's pocket watch manufactured in 1895, along with a few other suspicious items, but deep down, we felt the blame laid solely with the amulet. We Googled a few cleansing rituals that we tried on everything, just to be safe, and nothing happened for several days. We thought it had worked, but then I got up to use the restroom in the middle of the night, and I saw the shadow figure standing behind me in the mirror. That same night, Pat had another sleep paralysis incident, during which the shadow figure placed its hand on her chest, and she felt an uncomfortable pressure for what seemed like several minutes. Then her alarm went off and it was suddenly morning. Since it was the final day of the flea market, we decided to go back in search of the old lady who sold me the amulet. But we couldn't find any sign of her. We spoke to the other vendors, customers, and even the event coordinator, who was extremely difficult to track down, but no one had a clue who we were talking about. When we returned home, we both saw the shadow figure on the far wall before the light came on. Pat didn't want to go to sleep with the amulet in the house again, but taking the trash to the curb wasn't far enough. We tried to drive to a grocery store about 5 minutes away, but got a flat tire halfway there. It was on the back passenger side, and I couldn't find a reason for the blowout, but I didn't spend too long questioning it. More than anything, I just wanted to get the donut on and be done with that damn amulet. I pulled over as far as the road allowed, but we were on the shoulder of a busy highway. Even though I was careful to keep my body tucked away from traffic, that almost wasn't enough. Had Pat not been watching and screamed when she did, a little blue Toyota would have plowed straight into me. I dove out of the way, and the car swerved just in time to avoid a full collision. The asshole took out our driver's side mirror and kept going. I wanted to file a police report, but Pat was so upset I couldn't bear asking her to stay out there even longer. Likewise, I couldn't stand the thought of driving another mile with that amulet, so I threw it into the woods on the side of the road. Then, I finished the tire as quickly as I could, while stopping each time traffic became too heavy, and we drove home without any further issues. So far, everything's been normal ever since. We haven't seen any more shadow figures, and Pat hasn't had any more sleep paralysis incidents. Hopefully, it stays that way. I worked nights at an office depot in the early 2000s. There were 2, at most 3 of us, locked in the store overnight. The manager would let us out at 6 a.m. No one could come in or out without setting off the alarm. The weird things that happened started with footsteps down the hallway. My coworker and I would be in the back office printing signs, and all of a sudden you'd hear someone walking down the hallway towards us. One of us would peek out, and there would be no one there. One night we're working, and around 3 a.m., the store phone keeps ringing. My coworker finally picks it up, listens for a few seconds, and says, "Sorry, you have the wrong number," and hangs up. It rings again. Same girl. He hangs up. Calls again. This time he puts her on speaker. She's crying, sobbing. "Why won't you talk to me? What's wrong with you?" My coworker, "Ma'am, you have the wrong number. Please stop calling." He hangs up. He looks at me and he says, "This is fucking weird, man." I tell him it's just some crazy person calling. No big deal. The phone rings again. He puts it on speaker. "I'm not crazy." Click. She hangs up and never calls again. Scared the ever-loving shit out of us. One night I'm stocking the supply side of the store, envelopes and stuff like that. My coworker comes running over from tech and heads to the next aisle over. He says there's someone in the store. I think that he's messing with me, but he's clearly disturbed by it. We search the store, and no one's there. I asked what he saw, and he says that there was a man walking parallel to me on the next aisle. He was up on a ladder stocking printers and saw him. He was extremely spooked by this, almost falling off the ladder. One night, 3 of us were working together in one aisle, goofing off, really, and we hear a man's voice on the other side of the store yell out, "What the hell?" at the top of his lungs. It scared all of us so badly, we called the morning manager. He wasn't happy, told us to quit fucking around. When I took 2 weeks off for my honeymoon, the guy that they got to cover for me lasted 1 week before he quit. I ran into him a few weeks after I got back, asked him what happened. He said he couldn't do it. He kept seeing people standing there out of the corner of his eye, but when he looked, no one was there. He said footsteps turned into something charging at him, something invisible. The night crew stopped when I left. My coworker quit and they hired a woman to replace him. Her second night, she came up to me and said the back of her neck was on fire. I looked, and she had these fresh, deep red scratches running from her neck to the middle of her back. They weren't bleeding, but they were obvious, and they looked painful. It scared the hell out of her, and me, to be quite honest. That was the last straw for me. I quit a few days later. This toy had been in storage for years. A small stuffed elephant with a wind-up music box in its belly. When you twisted the knob, it would play this slow, tinkling lullaby. Something generic but sweet. My son used to fall asleep to it every night when he was little. He's 15 now, sleeps like the dead with earbuds in and his door locked. The elephant hadn't seen daylight since we boxed up the nursery. A few weeks ago, I was digging through old bins in the garage, trying to clear space. I found the elephant tucked in some baby blankets. It looked clean enough, faded but intact. I brought it inside, more out of nostalgia than anything. I left it on the shelf in the hallway, right outside my bedroom. That night, close to midnight, I was brushing my teeth when I heard the song. It was that soft, winding lullaby drifting down the hallway. I sort of froze where I was. It wasn't muffled, nothing coming from a screen or a neighbor's house. It was clear and close. I stepped out of the bathroom. I saw the elephant on the shelf, moving. The music box itself, winding itself, slow and steady, as the elephant rocked gently with the motion. I stood there for a good minute, just listening, and then it stopped. No one else was awake. No one else could have touched it. That night was rough. The next morning, I moved it to a box in the closet. I haven't heard it since, but every so often, I checked to make sure it's still in there. Just in case, I guess. I just know some people are gonna laugh at this. I just wish I could also convey how serious I am. I was at the grocery store, halfway through my list and zoning out near the bread and tortillas. You know where you get into that mindless rhythm. Eggs, milk, grab this, grab that. That's where I was, just moving along. And then the tortillas jumped. Not fell, not slid. Jumped. A sealed pack of corn tortillas, middle shelf, maybe shoulder height, shot out from the row and landed on the floor right in front of me. It was just like someone had tossed it from a short distance. Not tumbling down, not gliding off the edge, just launched. I stood there, blinking at it. There was no one else in the aisle, no cart bump, no breeze. Nothing on the shelf was stacked precariously. I picked up the package slowly, like it might move again. It was cold, normal. Just tortillas. I laughed a little under my breath. Okay, I get it, I said. Enchiladas tonight. I put them in my cart, but I couldn't shake the feeling. My skin prickled like goosebumps. That weird internal quiet after something wrong happens was inside of me. I walked faster after that. Didn't even finish my list. That was 3 months ago. And yeah, the enchiladas were good, but it was still spooky. I was at a sushi restaurant with my dad. It was some fancy place, a little cozy spot that we used to go to every few weeks when we wanted to catch up. We'd ordered a couple of rolls, miso soup, a bottle of sake to share. Nothing unusual. Then, in the middle of a quiet lull in our conversation, my dad's sake cup slid across the table. Quick, smooth, no sound. Just moved about 3 inches to the left, like somebody had gently pushed it with their finger. Only nobody had. We were both sitting still. Neither of us had touched the table. We just stared at it for a second. He raised his eyebrows, I sort of shrugged, and we moved on. Maybe both of us too stubborn to be the first one to say that something weird had happened. And then it happened again. Same thing. Smooth movement, no sound, straight line. This time we both said something, almost at the same time. Did you see that? Yeah. I thought I was imagining it before. We tried everything we could to recreate it. We nudged the table, tapped the cup, checked the surface for water. The table wasn't wobbly, it wasn't slanted. The bottom of the cup wasn't wet. Nothing explained it. And the weirdest part, no matter where we moved the cup, it would always return to that same exact spot. Always. Like the table itself had some kind of magnetic pull, except there was nothing under it, nothing inside of it, and nothing in the restaurant was reacting in any strange way. Just that cup, and just that spot. Eventually, we left it alone. We finished our food and we went home, both pretending that we weren't as unsettled as we were. I've never had anything like that happen again, not there or anywhere else. My dad and I brought it up once more a few years ago, kind of laughed it off, but we both admitted that we still couldn't explain it. Whatever it was, it never came back, because we didn't stop going to that sushi place, but I still think about it sometimes. What a strange thing. I was working at a hospital as a waiter. One of the rooms was off limits, or a nurse had said that a guy was dead in there. Some rooms were single and others were double. It looked like this was a double. So I thought, well, the other guy might need food. I went in. It was a single, and there was a guy in there. I'd never really seen a dead person before. I didn't know what to do, I set the food down anyway. This guy rises up in bed and looks at me. I almost shit myself. Was I dead? I don't know. I'll get a nurse. I walked the hell out of the room. I found the nurse who'd originally told me not to go in there. I interrupted her as she was reprimanding me. That guy is alive and talking to me. She didn't believe me. And then a bunch of alarms started going off in his room. I saw like 5 nurses rush into his room. I had a job to do, so I planned on following up with what happened. He died. Again. I was 20 when this happened, but even now, over 10 years later, I won't let a Ouija board in my house. I won't even touch the box. My friend Lauren had one that she'd gotten from her cousin's attic. It looked old. Like, not mass-produced Parker Brothers old, but weirdly handmade. The board was thick wood, almost black. The letters looked like they'd been burned into it. I remember the planchette was carved, what looked like out of bone. She swore up and down it was fake, but I don't think it was meant to be a toy. Anyway, we were staying in her grandma's cabin for the weekend, way out near the Blue Ridge. Middle of nowhere, no signal, no neighbors, just old woods, wind, quiet. It started like any dumb sleepover type thing. We even lit candles, had dumb questions prepared. But then Lauren asked if anyone was with us, and the planchette moved. I swear to God, it moved. Not fast, not dramatic, but just enough to make it feel like someone was answering. It spelled Rose. None of us knew a Rose. We asked if she had a message, and it spelled leave. Then again, leave. Lauren thought it was funny, like the ghost was a dramatic movie villain or something, but something about it didn't sit right with me. It felt serious, and unless Lauren was doing this herself, I felt like whoever or whatever was talking wasn't messing around. I said goodbye and took my hands off. The planchette didn't move after that. Lauren and the others messed around for another 10 minutes, but eventually got bored. We went to bed around 2. That night, I woke up because I thought I heard someone walking around on the porch. Slow, heavy steps. Thought maybe Lauren was outside for a smoke, but when I checked, her bed was full. I tried to ignore it, thought maybe it was a raccoon or one of the other girls. I'm a city kid. I don't know what kind of wildlife makes what sounds. Though deep down, I don't think it was an animal. And then something scratched the wall behind my head. I froze. It wasn't a random thump or animal sound. It was scratching, slow, deliberate, and it was high up, like whatever it was very tall. I turned on my flashlight, but I didn't see anything. In the morning, because somehow I managed to fall asleep, I noticed the glass on the back of the door had a weird, greasy handprint on it, too big to be one of ours. It looked smudged, like someone had pressed their face against the glass, too. We packed up early, and we left that day. None of us talked about it on the ride back. A week later, Lauren messaged me. She said she couldn't find the board. Thought maybe one of us had taken it. None of us had taken it. We never saw it again. I still don't know what we talked to that night. But I think about what it said. Leave. And I think maybe it wasn't trying to scare us. Maybe it was trying to protect us. And maybe whatever it was trying to keep out got in anyway. This happened about 4 years ago when I was working on a home renovation show. Not one of the famous ones, just a regional production in the Carolinas. I did scouting, logistics, sometimes handled safety checks if our guy was out sick. So I'm out driving to this old property outside of town. It's supposedly a fixer-upper with great bones. In reality, it looked like the house from the Texas Chainsaw Massacre, if you drained all the color and hope out of it. Still, it was what the producers wanted. A little roughness adds charm, they'd say. As I'm getting out of my car, this old man comes shuffling down the road until he appeared at the edge of the driveway. Worn boots, stained hat, skin like leather. No hello, just looked at me and said, "You don't want to go in there." I gave a polite chuckle. "Yeah, why is that?" He just stared at me for a long moment. He said, "Some places don't stay empty because no one wants them. They stay empty because something else already has them." Then he turned and walked away. Didn't wait for a reply, just disappeared down the road like he came out of fog itself. I stood there for a beat, trying to decide if it was a threat or a crazy person monologue. Either way, I was already behind schedule, so I went inside. And yeah, it was a wreck. Sagging floors, water damage, a smell like mildew and rot and something faintly sweet underneath. As I was taking photos, I started hearing this soft knocking sound. Not loud, almost polite. Just tap, 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 every 10 seconds or so. Thought maybe it was the pipe settling, until I realized it was coming from upstairs. Problem was, there wasn't an upstairs. The house was one story. I checked the layout. No attic, no second floor, just a roof. The knocking kept going. I left. Fast forward to the production day. I begged them to pick a different property. Told them it had structural issues, black mold. I made up anything I could. They didn't budge. We get the camera crews out there. Cameras, mics, lighting. Everyone's on edge for no reason that we can really explain. The house is quiet. We film the intro. Then, about 10 minutes in, one of the sound guys drops his boom and just stares down the hall. "I thought someone was behind me," he says. No one was, but on playback we hear something on his feed. A voice, not a whisper, not a scream, just one word. "Stay." And for some reason, that's when I really thought about what the old man said. I thought about the look in his eyes when he had said it. Like he wasn't warning me to be kind. He was begging me to be smart. We wrapped early. We never aired the episode. We don't really talk about this entire production, especially not about what happened the next day when we came back and found the door wide open, equipment scattered. There was a set of unrecognizable footprints in the dust, barefoot. They were heading down the hall. Nobody on the team was barefoot. I don't know what was in that house, but someone or something was expecting us, and I think that old man knew exactly what it was. I never put much thought into possession until I saw it happen to my sister. This was back in 2016. I was 19. She was 25. We were close. Grew up more like twins than siblings. She was the one who taught me how to drive, who covered for me when I snuck out, who made sure I had money for lunch when our mom forgot. She was solid, grounded, not someone you'd think would crack. It started after she moved into a new place, just a little one-bedroom over Klamath Falls in Oregon. Real bare bones, but it was hers. First time on her own. She called me about a week after she moved in. I knew something was off. Her voice was slow, measured, like she was thinking too hard about every word. I asked if everything was okay, and she said, "I think someone's in the house." I asked if she meant someone broke in, and she said, "No, they're not here, but they're here." I didn't know what that meant. Over the next few days, she called less and less. Then one night she called and said that she couldn't sleep. because something was talking to her. Not out loud, not in dreams, behind her eyes. That's what she said. I drove down the next day. When I got there, I almost didn't recognize her. She looked thinner, like she hadn't been eating. Eyes were sunken, and her home smelled like burnt matches and copper, even though nothing was burning. She didn't even greet me. She just stood there and said, "It knows you're here." I asked what she meant, and she gave this half smile that wasn't hers. I swear to God it wasn't hers. Her eyes didn't match. You ever see someone smile, but their eyes look bored or angry? That's what this was. I tried to get her to leave with me, but she refused, started crying, then laughing, said that it wouldn't let her. That night, I stayed on the couch. She barely came out of her room. Around 2 a.m., I heard her talking, not whispering, talking, low, fast, rhythmic, a language I didn't understand. I pressed my ear to the door and nearly puked. It wasn't one voice. It was two. One was hers, but the other, it wasn't. I don't even think it was human. It had this vibration to it. I think it's what made me sick. It was too low for my ears to handle. I felt it more than I heard it, and it made my skin crawl. And then everything went silent for 10 seconds, maybe 15. Then her voice, just hers, said it's hungry. I opened the door. She was on the floor sitting cross-legged, staring at the wall. She looked up at me and said, "Don't let it in your house, please." I dragged her out of that place that night. Didn't care what she said. I took her back home with me. She fought me the whole drive, but then passed out cold by the time we pulled into my driveway. She stayed with me for a month, wouldn't sleep in the dark, wouldn't eat if I didn't sit with her. I called a therapist, a priest, even a paranormal group. Someone online had recommended them. No one helped. Most didn't even call back. Then one morning, I woke up to find her gone. No note, nothing. Her phone left behind. I eventually got a call from a hospital in Bend. She checked herself in under a different name, and then somehow they'd identified her. When I visited, she was calm, clear. She looked healthier than I'd seen her in months. No shadows under her eyes, no weird shifts in her voice. It was like someone had flipped her back on. I asked what happened, what finally helped. She said she met someone, a woman who knew what it was. It turns out while she was in Bend, she'd started talking to a nurse who'd grown up on a reservation nearby. She said this nurse introduced her to someone, a kind of healer, not a priest, not a therapist, just someone who knew how to deal with spirits, someone who believed her. I don't know what they did exactly. My sister wouldn't tell me much, only that it wasn't some big ritual or dramatic scene like you'd see in a movie. Just a quiet, deliberate process that took days. A kind of extraction, she said. It's not gone, she told me, but it doesn't live in me anymore. I remember she looked out the window after she said that, and she added, "She helped me send it back." We don't really talk much anymore. She's alive, she works, she seems normal. But every time we do talk, she ends the call the same way. "Don't invite it in." I never asked what it really was, and I never went back to her place. But sometimes, when I'm alone, I catch my reflection in a dark window. I wonder if whatever was inside of her is still out there. And I wonder if it remembers me. I don't talk about this, really. Whenever I have, people get that look. You know the one. They're waiting for you to finish so they can politely write you off as going through something. But I know what happened. I know what I felt. And even if I don't know what it was, I know it wasn't human. It started last spring. I just moved into my apartment and nothing major was off. The shifts from normal to bad started a few months after moving in. First, small stuff, little annoyances that I brushed off. I'd find things knocked over when I came home, like a cup tipped off the counter, shoes turned around, picture frame slightly off. I assumed I was being clumsy or tired, distracted. But then it escalated. One night I was getting ready for bed, and the bathroom door slammed shut behind me, so hard it shook the mirror. No windows open, no draft, just this violent, intentional slam. It felt like it was aimed at me. I thought maybe someone had broken in. I checked the whole apartment and nothing, just me and the silence that followed after I stopped hurrying around. But the worst moment, the one that I still wake up remembering, was about a week after the door slamming. I was in the kitchen, barefoot, getting a glass of water. All of a sudden, I felt this force, cold and fast. It rushed past me and shoved me from behind, hard. I hit the floor so fast, I didn't have time to catch myself. My lips split open on the tile. My glass shattered. I screamed, not because it hurt, but because I knew that no one else was there. But something had pushed me. I felt it, the weight, the intention. And right before it happened, just for a second, I swear I felt and heard a breath in my ear, a low, angry exhale. Not like wind, not like a floorboard creaking. It was a breath. After that, it didn't even stop. Lights flickering when I entered a room, the sense of being watched so intense, I couldn't sleep without the lights on. I even stayed with a friend for a few nights, and after I begged her to tell me if I was crazy or not, she admitted to me she heard footsteps pacing outside my bedroom one night when she'd stayed over. She said it was obvious it was coming from right outside the door, but it was even more obvious that no one was out there because the door was open and she could see clearly. I moved out a month later. I left some furniture behind. I didn't care. Whatever it wasn't tied to me, so that's what I thought. 2 weeks after moving, my car radio switched to static, and then it cut out completely. For a few seconds, I couldn't breathe. Not panic, actual suffocation, like the air was gone. I felt this wave of horror like this was death. And then, just like that, it stopped. I was able to catch my breath again. The radio was back, like nothing had happened. I screamed at the top of my lungs, telling whatever it was to go away, to leave me alone. I don't know exactly what I said, but I know it was hysterical. Nothing like it's ever happened since, though. I don't know what it was. A spirit, a presence, just pure hatred. All I know is it wasn't there to just scare me. I think it was truly there to hurt me, maybe even kill me.